Well, I would just like to start by saying that it was by God's grace, and by the time I finish telling the story, you will see why I say it's by God's grace. I went to comprehensive high school Ayito for my A levels, and I was in the physics, chemistry, biology class. In those days, the school start comes out after we started the A levels. So when the school start result came out, I did very well. So our guidance counselor then, Mr. Olumide Kuti, who is now Dr. Kuti, called us one by one on what we like to become in life. So when it came to my turn, I said I would like to be a medical doctor. Then he said something like, Nick, I know you have ability to read medicine, but I think you'd be a good computer scientist. And that was the first time I was hearing that word. I've never had computer science before. So I said, Mr. Kuti, what's computer science? He said, go to the library and find out. And I had to bring a semi-American Western state of Nigeria school, very well equipped. Today, you would have said the facilities I made use of as an HSC student in Ayetoro, you can hardly find it in any Nigerian universities of today, and I mean every word I am saying. So I went to the library in 1968, and I found a book on computer science in 1968, and I read through that book, and I read the history of Ada Lovelace, the first acclaimed programmer, not woman programmer, the first acclaimed programmer in the world. So, oh my God, I would like to be like this woman. So I went back to Mr. Kuti. I said, Mr. Kuti, I want to read that your computer science. That was my exact words. So he said, okay, you have to change your subject combination. So I had to move from biology class to back to math class. So I ended up with physics, chemistry, mathematics. So I applied to IFE, and I was admitted to read physics because there was no computer science then. So after I finished my 1 year in IFE, I just saw Dr. Demi one day, who is a distant relation. I said, Nika, you are here? I said, yes. What are you doing? I said, well, I'm a physics student. He said, why don't you come and read computer science? Oh my God. I said, this computer science again with Dr. Kuti. So I changed from physics to computer science and became the first set. And something else also happened. Professor Luwole was with Dr. Emi in his office because he was the director of the computer center then. And there was an argument which one I should do, physics, computer science economics, or computer science mathematics. Eventually, because I'm very, very, adventurous, maths I know, economics I don't know, and I wanted to know economics, so I chose computer science economics. So we finished. I finished in IFE, and I went to Georgia Tech now for my masters in computer science alone, and I came back and I started work in the Polytechnic. Then I went for my PhD in IFE. Professor Archbishop Professor Akinde was my supervisor. I won't go into that story because that too is a long story. Anyway, I finished in IFE. It was when I finished my PhD, I was told I was the first female PhD graduate of the Faculty of Technology. I said, really? Fine. Then later on, I found I was the first female PhD holder in computer science in Nigeria. I said, oh, really good. And I was working in the Polytechnic Ibadan. Then I went for an interview. By the time I reached the top in Poly Ibadan, I went for an interview. I said, it's time for me to move from the Polytechnic, from Ibadan, and go to somewhere else. I went for an interview to become a rector of the Federal Polytechnic. My husband thought I will not get the job, but unfortunately, I got the job. Then he said, you are not moving from Ibadan. You are going to stay in Ibadan. So it's time for me to move to UI, and I resisted it. But he enlisted the services of another professor who was then the dean of Faculty of Science in UI, and they needed staff badly. And here is this woman with a PhD in computer science. So between Professor Adesomoju and my husband, I was dragged. I would use the word. I was dragged to UI. And to tell you the truth, for the first 2 years in UI, I resented it like mad. Because there is this dichotomy between university and Polytechnic. They always look at people coming from Polytechnics as being inferior. And you know me very, I'm not going to throw inferiority complex on anybody. So I stood my ground that I chose to go to the Polytechnic because I didn't want to work in the same place with my husband. It's not because I don't have the ability to work in the university system. So I was downgraded to senior lecturer. So I said, fine. But my salary did not diminish. When I joined UI, to tell you the truth, I was earning more than my husband because I reached the top in the polytechnic system. So for the first 2 years, my husband did not know how much I was earning because I was hiding my payslip from him. But I then worked hard. And to the glory of God, I became professor of computer science in 1986. It was when I went to South Africa in 1988, and I was told that, do you know that you are the first female professor of computer science in Africa? I didn't know. So really? Oh yeah. So I started searching myself to discover that that was the truth. So you see, I had no intention of going to the university system. So if I had gone to be a rector, there was no way I would have become the first professor of computer science in Africa. Reading computer science, somebody made me to change my mind from medicine to computer science. I was reading physics in effect. Somebody also made me to change my mind back to computer science. So that's why I said all of these things, I did not plan them. It was a plan of God. And that's why when people ask me, I tell them it's the grace of God. It was nothing that I planned from onset myself. From HSC to university to polytechnic to University of Ibadan, everything just happened the way God wanted it to happen. So for me, I worked hard though. I'm not saying I'm doing work hard. I worked hard because when I got to UI, I didn't have enough papers. That's why I was downgraded to a senior lecturer. So I said, if it's paper, what's writing a paper? I did my PhD. That was a research. Writing paper is also research. So I sat down and I started writing papers and doing research, doing all kinds of things. And also, as I was doing that, I was also promoting people under me. Because when I was there, I was only postgraduate lecturer in UI Ibadan with a PhD. So I decided to develop people I met there. So the first thing I did was those with a master's who are lecturers. I started a PhD postgraduate program, and I made sure that they also had their own PhDs as their supervisor. Then we opened up. Then the Professor Amos walked to my office one day and said he was looking for collaboration between Nancy and you. I said, I jumped up. So we formed we had a collaboration with Nancy, and that collaboration is still running up to today. So because of that, I had colleagues from Nancy who was also helping to supervise students. And also then, it was that one who opened my eyes to, if I have colleagues in Nancy helping to supervise PhD students, why not in Nigerian University? So I went to UNILAG. Late Professor Shofoluwe agreed to assist. Professor Wadia agreed to assist. Professor Longe, H.O.D. Longe agreed to assist. Professor Ayeni agreed to assist. Dr. Aderomu, in Ife, not professor then, agreed to assist. Dr. Adagodu also promised to assist. Then Professor Akiyoko in Futa. So between all of those people, I was able, the Bamos was able to have 18 PhD graduates. So the department I met with only 3 people, or with only master's degree. By the time I was leaving, I left 23. If you can't make that would make 24, and 18 of them with PhD degrees. So I also learned a lesson. As we are moving on, try to also bring other people, because in my quest of bringing other people, and they were doing their research, and I was the one supervising them, we were able to write papers from their work, because I'm their PhD supervisor. So because of that, I was able to produce papers quickly. And because of that, I was able to rise, because that lesson I will never forget. Don't just do it alone. Try to bring people up. As I was bringing people up, I didn't also know that I was also helping myself. So bringing them up, write papers, put their names, so I became a professor. So I just say everything had been ordained by God. But I also did my own bit. I didn't just fold my hands to say, God will do it. As God was piloting me, I was also working hard.
6 other members comprising of 6 other members representing each of the 6 geopolitical zones. With at least each member must have at least 10 years professional experience in any one or more of the following educational fields: competition and consumer protection law, commerce and industry, public affairs, economics, finance, or business administration or management. Thank you. Section 39 that I just that I just talked about is the primary or sets out the primary and original jurisdiction of the tribunal, while going further in section 47 of the same act gave the tribunal additional jurisdiction to adjudicate or sit on appellate position to hear and determine complaints coming from the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission or any other specific sector regulator. Thank you. An aggrieved consumer has some basic options to follow or to explore whenever he needs redress. And such options are contained in section 146, sub 1 and 2 of the Act. So I want to take us one after the other of the options that are, open for the consumer, if I may.
You're permitted, please go on.
Yes, so section 146 sub 1 stipulates that a consumer may seek to enforce his rights under this act, a transaction or agreement, or otherwise resolve any dispute with an undertaking that supplied the goods or services to the consumer by A, referring the matter directly to the undertaking that supplied the goods or services. B, referring the matter to the applicable sector regulator. C, filing direct complaint with the commission, that is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, and there is a subsection under that section, subsection 2, which stipulates that notwithstanding the provisions of subsection 1, an aggrieved consumer can directly approach a court with appropriate jurisdiction to seek redress, just like a court like the tribunal. So you or any consumer in Nigeria can directly approach this tribunal to seek redress for any infractions under the Act. Yes, specific sector regulator in this case means, for instance, in power generation, a consumer can directly approach the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission for power or electricity. When it comes to maybe communications, you can approach NCC, which is the sector regulator. Banking, CBN is the sector regulator. NAFDAC is the sector regulator of any food and beverage and any other, I think, medicine, and so on and so forth. Okay, briefly, the complainant initiated and instructed the defendant to transfer the sum of 500,000 naira from his account domiciled with the defendant to another account on the 8th of September 2022 for the payment of his children's school fees. He claimed that as soon as he initiated or instructed the bank, promptly and instantly he was debited with the sum of 500,000 naira. But incidentally, or however, the amount did not, he didn't get value of same to his account that he instructed to be transferred. So he went to the bank. After some hours, he went to the bank and registered his complaint. And the bank told him, or the defendant told him, that they are doing whatever they could to, transfer the money. So after about 24 hours without getting value, he went to the bank the next day, that's on the 9th of September 2022, when he couldn't get the value, and initiated, let me rephrase. After 24 hours, the amount was refunded back to his account. So he went the next day, being the 9th of September 2022, to initiate another transaction, same transaction of 500,000 naira. Still, he couldn't get value for the amount. So after much complaint, and he couldn't get the needed attention from the bank, he then approached this honorable tribunal for redress. It will interest you to know that it has been 24 to 72 hours after he instructed his bank to carry out that transaction. And going by the CBN regulation, the CBN regulation on interbank, instant transfer, Section 5 sub 2 of the CBN regulation on instant interbank electronics funds transfer mandates a bank to A, refund into the customer's account full proceeds of failed transactions returned by the receiving entity within 10 minutes, and B, return into customer's account full proceeds of transaction which the sending entity is unable to process within an hour after the next settlement closure. So from these facts, you would agree with me that there was a lapse of between 24 to 27 hours within which the refund was made, which was in violation of the defendant's specific sector regulator. So it was based on these infractions that the complainant approached the Honorable Tribunal for redress, citing negligence on the part of the defendant, that there exists a fiduciary duty, a fiduciary relationship between the complainant and the defendant, which fiduciary duty or duty of care was not met. Hence, the complainant approaching the Honorable Tribunal for redress. First of all, before I answer that question, I want to comment on a very important provision of the FCCPA 2018 under Section 47. Under Section 47, it said, under Section 130 sub 1A and B, because that's actually the provision, the section that was violated according to the verdict of the tribunal. That's the main provision that, or infraction that the defendant violated. The section stipulates that a consumer has a right to the timely performance and completion of those services and timely notice of any unavoidable delay in the performance of the service. And B, performance of the services in a manner and quality that a reasonable person are entitled to. So you see, this particular provision is probably the most important, when it comes to consumer rights in this country. So as to your question, well, basically, after the tribunal has given its verdict or judgment, the registration and enforcement of such judgment will now, like under Section 54 of the Act, which stipulates that an order, ruling, award, or judgment of the tribunal shall be binding on the parties before the tribunal and be registered with the Federal High Court for the purpose of enforcement only. So basically, after the tribunal becomes functus officio, after making its ruling or awarding any fine, or sorry, awarding making an order, making any ruling, or making any award or judgment, such judgment will now go back to the Federal High Court for enforcement only. Yes, I think the basic option, if a consumer might or would like to explore, is the option contained in Section 146 sub 2, which gave a consumer the right, or an aggrieved consumer the right, to directly approach the tribunal for redress. That's the best option the tribunal can give.
To still come back to the issue of stamping IDs, it does appear that that's fine imposed on the bank looks like the biggest fine thus far that the tribunal has imposed on any entity since its formation by law by the Act of 2018. Would this be correct?
Yes, you are quite correct, sir. You are quite correct, because it's within the powers of the tribunal to fine any entity or individual of a sum not more than 100 million or 10% of the entity's annual turnover, whichever comes first. So it's within the rights, powers, and jurisdiction of the tribunal to fine any entity of a sum not more than 100 million. It could go up, but nothing less, not less than 100 million. So the tribunal is within its powers to make such fine. The FCC, especially the tribunal drives its powers not only from the FCCPA 2018, but rather it drives its powers also from the Constitution, that is the ground norm of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, under Section 4, sub 8 of the Constitution, which stipulates that safe as otherwise provided by this Constitution, the exercise of legislative powers by the National Assembly or by a State House of Assembly shall be subject to the jurisdictions of the courts of law and of judicial tribunals established by law. And accordingly, the National Assembly or a House of Assembly shall not oust any law that shall not oust or propose to oust the jurisdiction of a court of law or of a tribunal established by law. So basically, the FCCPA is not, it drives its powers directly from the ground norm, that is the tribunal. It's not subservient to any other legislature duly passed by the National Assembly or State House of Assembly. It's the only law that is empowered to adjudicate on matters pertaining to competition and consumer rights throughout the country. There is another legislation, the BOFIA, Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act, which stipulates in one of its provisions that the provisions of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act shall not underline, according to the BOFIA Act, shall not apply to any bank or any transaction, that comes out from a bank. So having said that, and from the constitutional provision that I've just explained to you, you can see that BOFIA Act is a legislation passed by the National Assembly. So since it's a legislation passed by the National Assembly, it cannot oust or purport to oust the powers and jurisdiction of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act by virtue of Section 4, Sub 8 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. So basically, the FCCPA 2018 is the highest legislation to, regulate and direct any matter pertaining to competition law, to competition and consumer protection in the country.
Both in terms of voice and data, has been tremendous. Today we have well over 200,000 lines in this country. We also have access to data. That has tremendously transformed our lives. Right now, we can communicate, we can work remotely. One of the major significant advantages is that a lot of people now have learned to work remotely. Even organizations have realized that it's not necessary for staff to come into the office. And this even started long before COVID. I use myself as an example. When I became the editor of the paper of this day, I spent, out of the 6 years, my 6-year tenure, I spent 5 of those years editing the paper from home. And that was made possible because of improved telecommunications and data, that is voice and data services in the country. So it's played a role in so many, throughout our lives, both in the financial sector, in agriculture, in healthcare, in education. You can see what happened during the COVID outbreak. a lot of schools had to resort to online and teaching, and that was made possible because of the telecommunication services we have today. Prior to 2001, probably the whole country would have been completely shut down. But at least with telecommunications, with the rollout of voice and mobile telephony and data access, there's been a huge improvement in communication, in access, in finance. The entire ecosystem has been touched by it.
With the recent launch of 5G services globally, including Nigeria, what trends do you foresee in the telecom service in Nigeria, and how might these trends impact other industries?
Well, as you know, the 5G, or rather fifth generation technology is successor to 4G. And what it essentially means is that it's essentially um, improved broadband, the improved broadband, and there will be better reach to so many areas. And with 5G, we hope that there will be a drop. I mean, there will be a reduction in the cost of data. Right now, one of the challenges we have in this country is that even though we have 4G and now it's being succeeded by 5G, but it's still broadband access is still considered very expensive. But it's hoped that with the rollout of 5G, this will reduce the cost of um, broadband data, which is much more, which has higher latency and higher speed, download speeds, and what have you. And with higher bandwidth, it will be able to deliver faster speeds. And it should have an overall improvement in terms of economic development, access to improved communications, and even in the areas of things like the Internet of Things and machine to machine areas, and even with AI technology, broadband will be able to facilitate um, this new technological innovations that is emerging all over the world.
As someone with deep private and public sector experience,
Yes.
what suggestion would you offer policymakers and regulators to further unlock investment opportunities that will drive the growth of the Nigerian telecom sector?
My problem, you see, it's this. This might not be limited to just to telecommunications, but so one of my challenges with regulation in this country is that it's been too rigid. It's not been as flexible as it should be. Um, when there's excessive regulation in any economy, and there's been so many studies on it, when there's any form of excessive regulation comes at a cost. And when there's excessive regulations and rules that you make market participants to abide by, these costs are naturally transferred to consumers. So our regulators, one of the things I always tell our regulators is that they need to learn to adopt measures or lay down guidelines that does not make the services which the market participants are trying to provide to consumers or subscribers, make them costlier. So in other words, they should ensure that there is a competitive, that the environment remains competitive, and they should also ensure that fiscal regime for market participants remains attractive, so that they continue to invest in technology and other, and roll out their networks in such a way that there is no that they continue to broaden their services and what have you. So that's I'm very particular about regulators understanding they need to keep improving learning. They need to be more flexible. They need to be adaptive to any situation, and what have you.
You're someone who would have a vantage position at having worked at the Bureau of Public Enterprises and witnessed the privatization of public enterprises, including NITEL, the pioneer national operator for Nigeria and its global business unit, NITEL. What do you think was responsible for the inability of these telecom companies, which were the giant of that era, to compete in today's telecoms industry? They say they virtually fizzled out of the market.
Simple government interference, government ownership. Government has no business being in business. That's all. The minute you brought in the competition, NITA could no longer compete. Simple. It didn't have the wherewithal, it didn't have the human capital, it didn't have the financial muscle. The government didn't have the capacity to fund it, to roll out its network, or rather for MTEL to roll out the network and compete. Even the government provided the $285 million to pay for the license, for the 3G license in 2001, but it did not provide capital for MTEL to roll out. And as long as there was government interference in the way they appointed the executives and management and what have you, it was going to fail. It was just a matter of time. So the truth of the matter is that government has no, it was a typical example of government not being, has no business being in business. And unfortunately, BP's attempts to privatize NITEL failed for a number of reasons that were beyond the control of the privatization agency. As you know, the first attempt to privatize NITEL, I think, happened in 2001 too. And it also happened in 2000, I believe it was October 2001. And a preferred bidder emerged. And as part of the privatization process of NITEL, the preferred bidder was supposed to have put down a certain percentage of the bid price, which he provided the core investor that emerged the preferred bidder. He put 10% of the bid price, but he was also expected to pay the balance within a specified deadline, failing which he was going to lose that 10%. And when the preferred bidder was unable to meet the deadline, it lost the 10%. And of course, that caused quite a bit of crisis in the banking system. As you know, it was First Bank that provided the 10% to the preferred bidder. I believe that was IRLL, which led to and the board of First Bank was so upset about the fact that they had lost quite a bit of money in the process, that quite a bit of money had been forfeited by the government, and led to the sack of their MD. And so that transaction went belly up. The next attempt to try and bring in, to privatize NITEL was through a management contract, when the BP felt that, okay, since the attempt to sell it through an outright core investor sale failed, BP now decided to change the strategy for privatizing NITEL by bringing in, I think it was a Dutch firm, to bring it in under a management contract. But that again failed because the Dutch firm was not willing to provide or bring in any funding, was not willing to bring in any funding. And so that again, and then there was also the political, there was a lot of political backlash. There was a lot of, not just from the politicians, but also from Labour, who fought against the management contract. And then they put so much pressure on the National Assembly, and the whole thing had to be cancelled. The contract had to be terminated, and I can't remember the name of the company now, but the
Bright
company had
Media.
to. Sorry,
Bright Media.
Bright Media. I can't remember.
Okay, no,
I
it
don't.
wasn't Bright Media.
know.
It was
It
another company after
was
Bright
a
Media.
Dutch. I'll remember now. It was a Dutch. I remember it was a Dutch company.
Pentas.
And it- the- I'm sure if we Google it, we'll find the name. Anyway, the contract was terminated midstream, um, in our usual habit of, terminating contracts, and the company had to leave Nigeria. And then by the time all this was happening, as time was passing, meanwhile, MTN, Econet, Glow had already been licensed, were rolling out and providing voice services, providing telephony services. And NITA was no longer able to compete. Its fixed line services were no longer needed. Everybody had transited to mobile telephony services. And MTEL had lost the few customers. I remember when MTEL started at the beginning to manage to have 1 million subscribers. But those subscribers left the network. They all transited from the network because it was unable to expand, roll out its network. And so you go with its phone to many parts of the country and there's no service. So people started dropping their lines. And NITA became a shadow of its former self. So at the end of the day, BPO was left with no option than to liquidate the institution, which it did a couple of years later. And, the only asset NITA really held by that time was the subsea cable through which it can provide broadband data services. But even then, I don't even know if it is competitive in that area. Because its successor company, Entel, which acquired the subsea cable, I don't know if they are effectively competing against the likes of MainOne and Globalcom. I think those are the bigger broadband in terms of through the subsea cables. They are the bigger broadband providers.
In his May 29, 2023 inauguration speech, President Bola Tinubu said he was committing to prioritizing the digital economy for creating 1 million jobs. If you were to give some strategic recommendations, what would be the recommendations that you offer Mr. President to enable him and his administration achieve this digital economy?
Well, if he wants to, if the road path to a digital economy cannot happen without first fixing electricity. Um, so all our operators today are dependent on alternative energy sources. So which makes their digital services uncompetitive relative to other countries. So one of the first things I would advise any administration interested in expanding its digital economic footprint is to first ensure that we have stable electricity supply. Secondly, we should continue to formulate legal and regulatory frameworks that attracts investments. Fortunately, into the digital economy. Fortunately, we have a lot of young Nigerians who have shown a penchant who are well educated and trained both locally and abroad, who have started many startups in healthcare, digital IT startups in finance, healthcare, agriculture, and what have you, and and even in e-commerce, and their services are gaining traction all over the world. And through that, they've been able to do a lot of capital raising from the most mature markets in the world. But however, we need to have also some kind of framework that ensures that these people who are starting these startups, a lot of these startups, whereas a few of them are succeeding, quite a few are also fading. So we need to come up with some kind of framework that ensures that these people who are raising money or who are beginning to attract interests in those fields do not fail. So we need to find out what is it that makes them fail. Is it the attitude of the owners that, or is it they don't have they don't have the support of the regulators and what have you. So a digital economy is not just about providing the legal and regulatory framework. It's also about training and ensuring that people who are interested in entering this space have the capacity and build up sustainable institutions that do not fail after 1 or 2, 3 years.
The highly celebrated African journalism figure across Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. You equally held top leadership position in media institutions, both locally and internationally. Can you, for the benefit of viewers, give us a bit of insight into your journey and how this passion started and where it is today and where it's also leading into the future?
Are you referring to my journey in journalism?
Well, your journey transcends journalism. You were also in the public sector and all of that. So just give us some insight into that will equally inspire the next generation of the folks coming in to be able to borrow from your experience.
Okay, so I actually didn't study anything related to journalism in school, in uni. I studied accounting, and by virtue of my degree from the University of Lagos, I actually went into banking and spent 5 years in banking. So my foray into journalism was actually a fluke at the beginning. It was supposed to be temporary. So I was in between jobs. I had worked in the bank for 5 years, Merchant Bank of Africa. And while I was looking for something else to do, somebody suggested, okay, this day is being set up. Why don't you go and work for them on their business desk? I felt it was a temporary thing. And I said, fine, let me just go and try my hand out at business journalism. And I started with them and fell madly in love with it. And I felt this was, it gave me the freedom and the liberty that I never experienced while I was a banker. Banking was too routine, it was terribly boring for me. I mean, I'm the kind of person that needs my creative liberty. And so journalism gave me that opportunity to express myself. Fortunately, we also have a publisher who gives you that liberty. He's not the kind of person that will stifle you. And that's how I developed from capital markets to money markets to covering energy. And then after I was at some point redeployed to Abuja to head the entire business desk in Abuja, and then came back to Lagos. And shortly afterwards, was called upon. I was one of those headhunted by Nasir El-Rufai to join them at the BP, to join them with the privatization, to assist with the privatization process. And Nasir recognized that getting people from the private sector to work with the BP would be a tall order if he did not get the right compensation. So he managed to get first the United States USAID, and then subsequently the World Bank to pay our salaries. And we're there, so we're called the core team, and we're involved with the privatization process. A lot of the reforms that we see today, from telecommunications to oil and gas, pensions, power sector, and everything, were initiated by Nasir with his personnel in the BP, which was an excellent experience. I remain thankful for that experience. And when my contract was over, I came back to this day because I never actually resigned. I took a leave of absence. Came back to this day. By that time, I was made the editor of first the nation's capital, and 6 months later, brought back to Lagos to be made the editor of the Saturday paper, which was quite an enjoyable experience. And a couple of years later, Sunday editor, and then the editor of the paper. And when my tenure expired as editor of the paper, I moved on to become, I was redeployed to become the first managing director of Arise, which was, so it was a transition from print journalism to broadcast journalism, and it was a worthwhile experience. In between, I've sat on quite a few boards from my days in BPE. So because you have the power of attorney of a lot of the public enterprises you're handling, you have to sit on those boards. So I started sitting on boards at quite an early age from my 30s, and I still sit on a number of boards still today. Now in the private sector.
Right from your experience, what advice would you give to Nigeria's new generation of journalism leaders, gatekeepers, and professionals who are poised to drive the media industry's digital future?
I'd say first and foremost, they need to read. The problem I see in a lot of people is that there's this reluctance to keep improving and reading and training. So, yes, I do know that a lot of people, a lot of journalists in Nigeria don't have access to training. But then again, you can improve yourself by reading, doing a lot of research with access to the internet now, and even chat GPT apps now. You have the information at your fingertips, and there's nothing, even on YouTube, you can educate yourself on so many things. You don't need to go on training programs as far as I'm concerned. So if you want to become the best at what you do, first and foremost, make out that time, read, keep improving yourself, be very good at what you do, be knowledgeable, so that even when there's information asymmetry, which is asymmetry, which is very, very common in the media space in Nigeria, you can, you'll be able to separate the wheat from the chaff, because that's a common problem. I see a lot of articles, and in the papers, both online and the print, and I see that even though the papers are writing these stories, there's a level of unawareness. I don't want to use the word ignorance in the way the stories are presented. And you do have people complaining that Nigerian journalists do not tend to present their stories in such a way that makes sense, especially if you're writing in areas such as technology, finance, and what have you, economy, and what have you. There are a lot of complaints that sometimes our journalists don't seem to understand what they're writing about. So the only way they can improve themselves is, first and foremost, if you're assigned to a beat, be the best at be the best on that beat. Learn everything you have to learn. It's not just about looking for money, but also putting the hard work. It's only when you put in the hard work that you begin to see the rewards. You have to be the best at it. You have to be conscientious. You have to be willing to put in the hours, long hours. You have to be investigative. You have to be inquisitive. You have to be able to, if you're a financial journalist, you have to be able to write stories that moves the markets. You have to be able to give opinions. If you're an analyst, you have to be able to analyze in such a way that it gets noticed by the policymakers and decision makers. If your articles or if your shows on television and radio are not being noticed and not making a mark, then as far as I'm concerned, you're failing as a journalist. So that's all our advice.
Let's quickly go back in time. Uh, you are the founder of Link Services Limited. Link Services Limited is the pioneer player in the Nigerian internet service provision space. Tell us what prompted you to venture into providing internet in Nigeria at that time when there was no infrastructure in Bangladesh.
That's a good start. In 1995, I had set up an office. 1994, actually, I set up an office in England. We're the major distributors for UPS called APC, American Power Corporation. And we needed a hub in Europe to support our logistics in terms of shipping to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, and a few other African countries from Europe. The internet was a bubbling tool of work. That's why email was a bubbling tool of work in Europe. It was cheaper. We were spending over £6,000 a month on phone calls into Nigeria. I thought we were excited to create something new that would help our business and actually help other businesses that had transactions in the UK or had transactions in another part of the world. I had studied IP protocolling at a center, a PAPEC center in Cambridge. I saw an opportunity that with a lead circuit from PT and a lead circuit from NITEL that would establish connectivity. We tested the connectivity using a Motorola 623 modem, and we were able to achieve a compression algorithm of 256K, which back then was a lot of bandwidth. The typical bandwidth then was 9.6, baud rate, so 256K was something unimaginable. It was very stable. Most times we achieved 128K, a stable connection. But the beauty of that model was that it transmits and it sends and it's received. We operate at different baud rates, which was really beautiful. So we could have 96 going and we have 128 coming. And at times it will change to 256 and you have 128 whenever the signal was pretty good. That gave us an opportunity to connect to people who wanted to pay for our services then. What is interesting was that we had asked the NCC to give us a license. And they didn't have a framework in which to put that license in. Only a few months after, they now offer license to some companies and their names are not listed. But by then, we had demonstrated it, we had customers using the service. And the same NCC, the Ministry of Communication, thought it was not proper. It was inciting the public. It was an espionage arrangement sponsored by foreign agents. Decided to shut us
down. The story was told popularly then that beyond shutting you down, beyond seeing you as an alleged espionage agent, you were, as the founder of that business, also incarcerated by the military.
Oh yes, that's true.
Go back in time.
Okay, well, it was unfortunate, really, because it was terrible. The internet that people now enjoy freely and browse from their phones. for the same thing. We suffered, 4 of us were detained. Those in the office that day, particularly myself. We were initially detained, we were told to pull out our shoes, we sat on the floor, removed our shirts, and then they took us to TMI, which is our papa, and kept us there. What is interesting that 10 years after, for the same project, for the same innovation, I received a national award from the country. Exactly 10 years after, November 2007, it was announced that the federal government would award the Office of the Daughter of Niger to me. I thought it was a good way to say sorry, and I really appreciate it. The detention came as a result of the publication we did in the newspaper that there was no internet in Nigeria. So we countered that and did an advertorial that there was really internet in Nigeria and that it is working. And that we don't need any foreign agency to fund this innovation that Nigerians have created using local resources to create innovation, and that people should appreciate it and engage in it. So we had a session sponsored by UNTP at Sheraton in Abuja, where the then General Dia, as Chief of Staff, right, was in attendance. So he browsed the internet using our services at that facility, and we used his picture to run the advertorial, showing that the Chief of Staff enjoys our service, not knowing that we are touching a sore area in the then Abacha government.
And what happened subsequently after?
Well, we're told that we're released, and we're told to pay the fine, and we're then told to apply for a license, and that we should follow the framework of the government. When we started, there was no framework from NCC on registration of internet service providers. Absolutely none. They were value-added services, and there was nothing about internet protocol or IP protocol or internet services under that, or even managed services. Subsequently, of course, they created that subsection for which they use offering us licenses. A few of us.
You talked about what people take for granted today, but I'm still excited at the possibilities or lack of it back then. Probably what we were aware of was most of the existing providers or companies that claim to provide internet service were largely doing store and forward email service. Give us some kind of insight to entertain us looking back several years after today, what the landscape was like before.
Well, yes, the initial process was, it's interesting how when service came about, because I had a few friends who were in the banking sector, and the approach usually was to use dial-up telephone lines. Remember back then, telephone lines, you need to go for the dial tone. And sometimes the dial tone will come, sometimes there's no dial tone. So if you don't have a dial tone, you can't dial a number. So when you receive a dial tone, then you connect. So it was cheaper and a lot more affordable to have people dial into your service, push their mail to you, and then later in the night, you can then forward those mails out, distribute those mails out, like a typical post office. The innovation we brought to the table wasn't only to allow you to send your mail in real time, having a live IP, having a live public IP, because we were one of the providers in Nigeria that had the first public IP allocated to us there was no African then, it was Erin, US body. That public IP address allowed us to transmit our mails concurrently each time a mail was sent out to move. Because of the backlog of several subscribers and because of the limitation of NITEL facilities back then, of course, we normally have a congestion, but it's not as bad as forwarding mails only in the night. You expect that the mail to go in about 15-20 minutes, and maybe sometimes an hour or two. It's not unusual. But NITEL lead service was perfect, was beautiful, very beautiful, surprisingly very efficient, and very reliable. That link did not go down. Even we added a second link, more for bandwidth rather than for continuity. The link was permanently on. That we have subscribers. All the big organizations will come to our office, use the computers we made available to send mails, send their documents. It was a very beautiful experience. And you have young people getting gifts from managing directors of organizations, young people that work in the organization there, getting gifts of Rolex watches, Omega watches. They come back and they were very excited. It was beautiful to pioneer such back then. Anything that is innovative is exciting. Because one of the people that I have a lot of respect for was Tayo Adeyemi, and of course from Adiola. The Tayo came in and said, we've invested XYZ amount of money in the company. We acquired that company before. We did acquire that company subsequently. So they invested so much money. What is the assurance that this small money that raised will be able to provide this connectivity? So I invited him to come and see what we had in our office, and he came. When he browsed it right then and then, he gave us a subscription for 200 of his staff members. Gave us enough money to go and buy a channel implement and install. It was an LPO, and an LPO with the funding. It was beautiful. Farah, of course, being my mentor, just didn't let go. He was very excited, making sure that all the dots in these arrangements were properly done. It was a very beautiful experience. The Guaranty Trust Bank support for us was enormous, which naturally attracted Citibank and then Capital Alliance to then invest. Their first investment in the industry, telecommunication, was in Nexar. Nitel unfortunately saw us as competition because they started getting internet service provision as well, piggybacking on our technology. Most of the providers in 1996, 1997 were piggybacking on our technology. They were selling our service, cyberspace, Carnex, InfoWeb. We acquired InfoWeb subsequently as well. Ross Clinton, yes, and then of course Hyperion. And it's exciting to find that most of the people that worked with us then in Lexar have become very senior people in management today in telecommunication and IP-based industry. It's also very exciting to find that some of them actually want to go and provide leadership in the internet service companies that emerged as a result of what we created in the industry.
Fast forward to 2000 and beyond, the big mobile operators case and the entry and like you said, the innovation they also brought to bear in the marketplace was a huge threat to relatively smaller players like Tunisia. What happened subsequently?
Well, in a market like Nigeria, it has gone through a lot of crises. The minimum you can borrow money at any point in time in Nigeria is in double digits, typically 25% upward. Sometimes you can negotiate a deal about 22%. You cannot build an institution, a business, based on such high interest rates. That's one. Second part of it was that NCC, in its wisdom, did not consider an opportunity for local players to either come together in a collaborative manner and allocate the license to them. It happened in Kenya, it happened in other parts of Africa. We cannot compete with people who, first of all, with the GSM technology is really new. So nobody could have claimed ownership of deep knowledge of GSM technology worldwide. And one of the conditions that NCC said was that you must have been operating a GSM platform somewhere before you're qualified to come and bid. That's how Econet got into the market. Econet as of then had less than 3,000 subscribers. But they had a privilege because they had operated a GSM service and therefore they were qualified to bid. The starting bid was also too high for most Nigerian organizations because the closing bidder was about $265 million or $256 million. Our turnover total in a year is not even in the aggregate of $5 million, not to talk of raising $256 million. If you don't have the capital, it's difficult to generate sufficient investment capital at that point in time. And the GSM operators were all international based organizations, so they had a strong, very strong position, which we did not enjoy in terms of their capital base. The nature of the market as well is also very interesting. The nature of the Nigerian market. Because innovation, we are addicted to innovation in a way, which is very good. So if you provide a new service, Facebook has one of its largest subscribers from Nigeria. The other apps that you can see today, have very large usage base. One of the largest actually in the world, and not just the largest, one of the most active are Nigerians. It simply means that there's a huge market that is very much untapped, but that market is driven purely by innovation. To be innovative and address the market, we need a deep pocket base. We can have a deep pocket base, and naturally, we're going to find partners. And that's how we got to Capital Alliance. But the relationship didn't last, and they exited the relationship. And the rest is history today.
Before we talk about your decision to foray into politics, from the point of view of an industry player that's not really seeing it, what do you think you recommend as a strategic policy drive or option by the government through the various agencies to encourage our near players like yourself?
Thank you. That's a beautiful question. The example I always use is that of Mobile and Shell. A lot of the contractors today that operated in the marketplace enjoy huge benefits. That's with Mobile or with Shell. You're a young contractor, you start business with Shell, what will they do for you? They provide training for the local contractor to leapfrog into the marketplace with substantial industrial knowledge, which they would not have gained or had they continued in the pace in which they were going. In Nigeria, it's totally different. You find government frustrating businesses just because you don't have a wide skill. It is sad, it is disappointing, and shouldn't be that way. For you to gain access to the presidency or to government resources, you have to attract a foreign person, you have to attract a white man, a white woman, as part of your team for you to have audience. I think it's very shameful, it's sad. It's a form of apartheid or racism. It's not only when whites undermine blacks, it's also when blacks undermine blacks for the benefit of whites. We operated in an environment where the Nigerian young shoemaker cannot advance in his business by securing SME funding. Because there's no SME funding that is really available. The Bank of Industry is not an SME structure. Most of the SME vehicles, so to say, are not designed to encourage entrepreneurs. They're just simply designed to encourage a few who have a collateral they can make available. Now, we need to change that paradigm. We need to change the paradigm of respecting our people. We need to change the paradigm of encouraging our people who seek entrepreneurs, yes, who seek to create industries when those industries are not existent today. I started with the shoemaker. If you take a shoemaker to India, to China, to Turkey, and you train him better, and that shoemaker is encouraged, he gets collateral, he gets money without strong collateral from the government-funded agency, an SME-funded agency. That shoemaker will do far better than he's doing today. He will put those guys in Italy, those guys in the UK out of business because Nigerians are passionate about what they do. We have ABBA in Nigeria. They say made in ABBA, made in ABBA, made in ABBA. But when we were in school, we used to say made in America wasn't good quality. For when we were very young, we said made in America wasn't good quality. Then we adopted America. When I said made in Japan is not good quality, because the only quality was Grundig and such old names, Philips. Nobody considered Sanyo, nobody considered Kenwood is even in Europe, I think. Nobody considered Samsung, that came in later on, or any of those Asian organizations or companies or countries. People considered only things from Europe and considered subsequent things from the US and now from Asia. Today, it's made in ABBA, made in ABBA. Government needs to create needs to create a vehicle to encourage Nigerians to patronize locally manufactured products. But make sure that those locally manufactured products are top quality, are world-class quality. So that when people invest in them, they can probably use them and enjoy their usage. Now, what Japanese or Chinese companies will ship out of China to the US has a standard. What they consume locally in China does not have exactly the same standard as what they ship to the US or the Western world. What they ship to Africa, of course, is lower quality, but it's the same product. Now, it is driven by a government incentive, it's driven by a government policy in China for that to be able to be possible. Can we do exactly the same thing in Nigeria? Yes, absolutely. So I believe that as a senator in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that I should encourage enterprise in one form by policy structuring, two, by providing an actual SME funding agency that can empower and encourage our people to create the middle class that is presently lacking. Let me go a little bit further. But for this to be very successful, I believe that federal character, state of origin, and quota system are things that we should struggle. Once you're resident in any part of the country, you should become a resident of that part of the country, and you should claim the rights of the residents of that part of the country. If you're in Lagos and you're an Igbo man and you stay here for 6 months, you should become a negotiator. You can do business whether you're from Anambra, Igbo, or whatever part of the country you may come from. If you're from Maiduguri, Borno State, and you're a resident in Benin, you should become a citizen of Edo State. Now, that is one. Two is that the merit-based system will always outclass the quota arrangements. We have bastardized the quota arrangement by the founders or the originators of the quota system. It has become so bastardized that everything now based on quota has brought about some very low level quality of service. The third thing that I consider very important that we should change in Nigeria is education. Education is a two-front. School education and civil service education. Retraining the civil servants is very important. Civil servants in service training has stopped. It's no longer existing. The civil service policy, a lot of civil servants don't even know there's a civil service policy. Now, we need to change that. We need to bring a reorientation of our civil service. We are bringing experts who have maintained experts from other parts of the world to train our civil servants, train the trainer, and then the trainers will begin to train our civil servants. The educational system needs to change. Our curriculum is obsolete. The WIAC system is faulty. The JAM system is faulty. The university education that our students get is crap. So how do we change that? We need to reinvent these processes in a manner that can bring quality education to our people. Our students, our children need to learn. The issue is that Zamfara is sending only 26 people to a federal government. Okay, the state government should be forced by law to invest more in education so that the quality of education can meet a certain level. If they meet that level within 2 years, federal government should be mandated to provide additional funding to encourage such a state to continue to develop. You cannot write about it on the pages of the newspaper without engaging to see that there's actually a change taking place. If a child is not doing well in school, most parents will provide additional lessons for that child so the child can begin to do well. The federal government should realize that if certain parts of the country, the educational quality has dropped, it's their responsibility to see that the future leaders of our country are well educated. Therefore, they should invest additional money in the education of our youth, our young people, and our society as well. Now, I looked at the population issue as well. There must be a law that is followed strictly to determine the population at each part of this in the country. There must be clearly we have an issue, big issue with population. Statistics is important for economic development. The issue on economic development is seriously lacking because government cannot even plan. Government budget is crap. Companies that make budgets cannot work their budget because they cannot determine the parameters of inflation that will play out. Government policies that will change within the year in which they budgeted. So you have budgets planned and not executed year in, year out. You have government policies not being able to be implemented year in, year out. All of that can change by strengthening the statistics base of our country. The Nigerian raw statistics should be strengthened. The Nigerian census should be strengthened. There's nothing wrong in inviting Google to come and count Nigerians. There's nothing wrong in using technology to count Nigerians. I mean, the Nigerians where they live, where are they? Because the technology is available to do that today. We should engage in things like that and stop wasting time trying to reinvent the wheel.
Why did you decide to run for the office of Senate?
I looked at I've always desired that there are two things I wanted to do during my civil retirement period. Civil retirement time as I get older. One was a lobby structure, a lobby organization that will be based in Abuja. The other is getting into active politics. Let me talk about the active politics part. the laws in Nigeria and the policy statements, a state governor is limited in what he can do, or the state as ourselves is limited in what they can do, because the constitution is structured around, to a large extent, around the federal government influencing policies in all the states. The federal government is the largest employer of labor, and if you really want to make an impact, you should start from something that influences the federal government to a large extent, rather than from the state or local government. Now, the local government is practically dead in the constitution because the governors control the local government forces, and the local government chairmen are just people who pay salaries and have 2 years or 3 years sitting allowance, and then they exit. So as a senator, it gives one an opportunity to influence policy, it gives one an opportunity to influence laws in our country, it gives one an opportunity to challenge the system for credibility. If I'm in the Senate, and when I get into the Senate next year, some of the things I'd like to see is to call for public discourse on issues of concern. The portfolio of the senator gives you the privilege to engage in review, investigation of issues of concern to our people. And I'll do that with a lot of the resources that are made available. As a senator as well, we can take entrepreneurs to markets where you can negotiate better trade deals for entrepreneurs. That is very important, and I like to engage at that level. Thirdly, I come from Abia Central. Abia Central has a huge potential in trade and commerce. And having been involved in trade and commerce for 30-something years of my life, even though in the ICT area, I believe that it plays a lot of role. I can play a lot of role in enabling entrepreneurs from that region to advance their career. I went to school, secondary school in Kano. I went to school in Ife. I lived in Lagos for over 30 years. I understand Nigeria. And I should play at the center for my network, my connection, my relationship with people. The people I have been the most in enterprise were Yorubas. And the people I met on the streets of Lagos or the streets of my life. And I have enjoyed a great relationship with people from the north as well, northerners. And my best friends are Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, Kanuris, Edos, everybody. And I have a plethora of friends from all parts of this country. I believe that I have enough with my education and my experience, and I believe as a strong Christian, to influence policies in our country that can make a better Nigeria, and not just a Nigerian project, but a better Nigeria, and enable Nigeria to become a nation, a true nation where everybody belongs and participates, and nobody is left behind.
Talking about policy intervention, you play very well in the Nigerian ICT space. You're currently the chairman board of trustee of Nigerian Internet Registration Association. Give us some insight into what NIRA does and how it is helping shaping the tech space in Nigeria.
Okay, NIRA as an organization, it's beautiful. It came at the right time. But let me tell you a little bit before NIRA. The .ng TLD was managed lastly by a company based in Seattle. An agency, let me use the word agency rather than a company, until the federal government engaged and negotiated and enabled the federal government through NICDA and participants in the industry or private sector to form the Nigerian Internet Registration Association. This association was practically created to manage the TLD and other related industries that will evolve out of the TLD, the .ng name. As the chairman of the board of trustees, we created sufficient policies and there's a transparency which has shown that the private sector and the public sector can actually build industry together that is sustaining, that is self-sustaining. We no longer receive grants from government agencies. We're welcome to have government agencies give us grants, all right? But we have sufficient funding. We have a process of change in leadership, the president, the trustees, in leadership that is transparent, that is open, and Nigerians are welcome to participate in it. We have policies on how domains can be transferred. When you have a domain, you want to sell your domain. We have policies on cyber sporting. We have policies on hosting content and content development. We have developed so many policies in that area that is remarkable. And it's a comforting thing to be part of such a bunch of young people who have Nigeria, who see Nigeria as a passionate place to develop in. We also see Nigeria as a huge opportunity for entrepreneurs who want to build industry. So it's been wonderful creating policies and helping to create policies and being part of policy formulation, including policies that deal with recruitment of staff that is unique, or development of staff in terms of training. The amount of money we devote to training in NERA, it's quite encouraging. It's quite encouraging. And that's the kind of thing I want to see happening in Nigeria as well. So I see NERA as a platform, has enabled us to look at the big picture that in Nigeria we can actually develop our people using training, merits, and a conscious effort that our objective and our goal is a bigger picture of making sure that a unified Nigeria that is growing and that is free for anybody to come and trade in any manner that they desire, as long as it's legal.
Talking still about policy, a few years ago, quite a number of Nigerians came together and developed a national broadband policy under the previous government. What, from the perspective of our industry player, what can you say about the implementation of that policy so far?
Well, government is very slow. Not just slow in this area, but government is slow in almost every area today, and that's I don't know whether I consider it lack of knowledge or whether I consider it as lack of will. You develop a policy, you spend time, you spend money, and you spend resources to engage and develop the roadmap, and implementation becomes a problem. Not because there's no funding, but just because there's some like a classical attitude towards policy implementation in our country.
What can we do to address this?
Well, not only changing the policy, the leadership must also engage. If you have a minister of communication who has no background in policy formulation and policy implementation, you can't go too far. It's not enough just to appoint a politician as a minister. Every minister that is appointed by the federal government should have a background that reflects development in policy at a minimum. Secondly, have a can-do ability. If a minister does not have a can-do ability, or if a potential minister does not have a can-do ability, that's not business in the office of the minister. Thirdly, leadership is something that you develop and improve on. If a man is a leader, what has he done in the last 5 years that qualifies him to provide certain kind of leadership that you want to place on him? If he hasn't done much in the last 5 years, and you bring in a guy who has retired from whatever sector, who hasn't done anything in the last 5 years, and you give him a portfolio, you probably won't get the best result. Younger people have a lot more innovative spirit than older people. Today's government, and a few years back, all the governments, you find a lot of people over the age of 60 as ministers. What do you expect? These guys will sleep after 1 hour meeting. But if you have younger people in their 30s, in their 20s, in their 40s, and maybe early 50s, you expect a much more aggressive pursuit to development. Let me tell you a story that, something that always tease my father. My father was a civil servant. He enjoyed siesta, which was something the British introduced back then. Now, they get home after work and they have a siesta for 1 hour. And after siesta, they go to the club. And from the club, they come back home, they have dinner. That was a routine. That routine is no longer existent for the young man today. So, I teach my father that they slept too much and they come to just drift it on. So, today, most young people do not get home until 6, 7, 8 o'clock every day. What do they have to show for it? Very little. Government policy can help that change. Encourage those same young people into positions of leadership, train them better, and you see them outperform the older generation. Because the generation that got wasted has wasted this system. That's still around. And they continue to influence things in our country. When do we therefore desire to have the right to take leadership in our country? It is now. It is now. And I believe that every youth listening to me should engage to desire to take leadership. It's not going to be easy, but it is possible.
Thank you very much. Is there anything we left out in the course of the interview you'd like to add before?
Well, I mentioned a little bit of that. I returned to my village I thought I should participate in community work. And community work is very important because it gives you a paradigm shift to understand the ills of a society at that micro level. And I accepted President General of my village. It's a small village of less than 6,000-7,000 people, pretty small. And I've been their leader for the past 5 years. A very small role, but I wanted to see whether I could make a difference. Land issues and family inheritance issues have been lingering since 1970. Some of them, most of them were resolved. There's a sense of belonging. A lot more people are deciding to come and live in the village and work from the village. With the internet, with the telephone system available, where you actually stay is no longer as important. We don't all have to come into Lagos and crowd Lagos, or go to Port Harcourt and crowd Port Harcourt, or go to Abuja and crowd Abuja. It takes me 40 minutes from my village to the closest airport or whatever, and I catch a flight to Lagos or to Abuja. When I lived in Ikoyi, it took me about 1.5 hours to get to the same airports to catch a flight to go to Port Harcourt or Abuja. So where everyone is resident is not so important. But if you're resident in a particular area, impact in your society, impact in the community that you live in. I live in Amateur, it's a beautiful place today, but we've worked hard to make it beautiful. People before us also helped to make it beautiful, but we've made it better. And for just that singular reason, I believe that anybody can make a change wherever you are in, as long as you're committed, as long as you're looking and you know who your next door neighbor is, and you're making a difference in the youths in the community. You're encouraging them to go to school, you're encouraging them to find a trade, they can't go to school, you're encouraging the widows and supporting them. We've moved so many houses in my village, supporting the villagers. We finished the town hall in my village. We have free medical treatment for everybody over the age of 50. And for pediatric treatment as well, for the younger ones. Okay. And we did all of this in less than 5 years, and it's working. We didn't say every year we'll come and do a health program, but we'll have a health program that has been running for the past 4 years in our village, and it's beautiful. And that's the kind of contribution you can make to show that our society can even be better if all of us can give it. If Bill Gates can come to Nigeria and invest 1.6 billion naira in Nigeria, the Nigerians that are richer, or that are as rich, or maybe less as rich, can also do their own part. And that way they can also have a voice to speak about what happens in our society. I think we're leaving governance to the dumb lads. We're leaving government, politics to the criminals or to the bad people. And therefore everybody says politics is bad just because the bad people got into it. Politics is good because it's a way for us to provide leadership in our society. And we should all engage in it, especially good ones. Thank you very much.
Ada Olai, welcome to Technology Times Digital Transformation Thought Leadership Series, where we engage with policymakers, leaders, decision makers, leaders of institutions and organizations on key information and communication technology issues, policies, and all of that. And we're pleased to have you today on the show. So just for the records, give us an idea of your organization and what it does.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to be here. My name is Adobe Olai, and I represent the Data Privacy Professionals Group. So the Data Privacy Professionals Group essentially is a group of industry professionals who share one thing in common, who have an interest in deepening their awareness, knowledge, and then opportunity to share, insights and information around data protection and privacy. Yes.
Essentially, at some point, your organization or your association saw the need to create a body that is solely dedicated to data privacy and protection in Nigeria. What basically stimulated this prompting? Why do you think that the time was right for such an initiative in Nigeria?
Okay, I'd just like to take you back to sometime in 2019 where the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation came into effect. So essentially, the concept behind that particular regulation stipulated that, information privacy and the privacy of, individuals like myself and yourself should take front and center stage when it comes to the right to privacy online. So the Data Privacy Professionals Group, or HUB, became a necessity because we had industry professionals who were then tasked with the responsibility of furthering the vision that was encapsulated in that regulation and essentially driving it from the get-go. So we saw a need to come together and then start to share ideas on how to push that vision and turn it from something written on paper to give it life, essentially.
Well, if we look across Nigeria and across the world today, connectivity is breaking down barriers across information exchange, commerce, and other areas. And is also creating a seemingly borderless world in which we all live, work, and play today, with virtual every single one of us not being able to do with an always-on connectivity. Okay, why does privacy and privacy protection matter in a world that is today fused together by connectivity from a professional's point of view, like this?
Okay, I'm glad that you have identified the increasing level of connectivity that we are experiencing, especially with e-commerce and the need for individuals to transact and essentially have a life both online and offline. So what it does for us now is that it also presents a very precarious situation. Being online comes at a cost, and the cost is both to the user and then to also what we reference as the business organizations or data processing entities. So the cost to you as an individual is that your privacy is then at risk. It has become increasingly clear that transacting online is not something that you do in hiding. You have information that you share on a global platform that is accessible to multiple parties. And privacy has become an intrinsic part of controlling how information is moved from one spot to another, and essentially ensuring that people like myself and yourself are protected and the information is secure while online.
So in that respect, we've seen also that the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, otherwise known as NDPR in your industry space, came into effect in January 2019 with the broad powers over data privacy and protection for Nigerians living within and outside the country. How does your organization, how do you assess the level of the NDPR implementation journey thus far?
The NDPR initiative is one that is in furtherance of the digital transformation agenda of Nigeria as we speak. So it became one of the key things to focus on when, as a country, we realized that the importance of us having a trustworthy platform or trustworthy framework for people to do business online is now a global need. So for Nigeria today, we have not the best reputation when it comes to doing business online, because we've had issues around cybersecurity and online data breaches. So I believe that in 2019, the National Information Technology Development Agency that is the regulatory supervisory authority, fundamentally is in charge of the NDPR. You understand? So what they tried to do was encapsulate through the regulation ways and means that individuals' rights to privacy will be protected while they are transacting online. So I believe that informed the decision to focus in the area of data privacy and data protection. Now, the concept of data privacy is one that is embodied in the right to privacy, meaning that everyone has the right to, essentially believe that their information is being managed in a secure and developed manner. However, we have had in the history of the evolution of the online business framework that there have been areas of concern around cybersecurity. We've had a couple of internet breaches, both locally and globally, that have informed a global ideology around protecting user information online.
Okay, the federal government has also set up the Nigeria Data Protection Bureau, NDP, as the nation's data privacy ombudsman institution for the federal government. What does DPP think about the establishment of this government agency and its related mandate?
Okay, now the Nigerian Data Protection Bureau essentially becomes the watchdog for this particular regulation. Now, what I believe the federal government has done in creating this particular platform is provide access to both the individuals whose data is being collected, stored, and managed, as well as the organization, to more or less bring them together to be, in unison as to how to proceed in managing the, the relationship. Now, what we have essentially today with the Bureau is a framework or a structure where you can essentially make complaints around data breach issues. So let me give a simple example with respect to an organization in the financial service sector, and myself or yourself. If you have any complaints around how the information that has been shared with such an entity is being utilized, you can go to the Nigerian Data Protection Bureau. That's one of the functions of that specific body. But also it also puts a face to the plans for the digital transformation agenda where it comes to data collation and data management, because we now have a structure where you can clearly dictate, or it is clearly being dictated how organizations should collect information.
Let me take the question again. The data privacy and protection ecosystem is being projected by stakeholders as an ecosystem with huge market potentials. What does DPP think that stakeholders, particularly policymakers across this value chain, can do to unlock these projected market potentials in Nigeria?
Okay, first, I would like to say that in Nigeria, the present approach towards implementation is fragmented, to say the least. So, off the top of my head, one of the few things I believe that would be beneficial to developing this sector is a more cohesive approach between both the public and the private sector in managing data privacy compliance. Now, as a data protection professional in this industry, I am grateful for the opportunity that has been presented, to essentially thrive and build a thriving business around compliance. However, I also recognize that as an operative in the industry, it seems like we are all working in silos. The government has its own mandate to essentially ensure that the put forward as much as possible, in the best way possible, the mandate of the digital transformation agenda. But I am not clear as to how that is being drilled down into the private sector, because we have a great divide where there's more or less lack of information, there's lack of an understanding between among stakeholders as to the next line of approach to take. So my advice would be that there should be some kind of public-private partnership between the regulatory supervisory authorities and the industry stakeholders who, like myself, who are operating in this sector, so that we can come together and identify areas of opportunity that we can develop and essentially pick on from there. Now, one of those areas of opportunity that I have identified is around tech solutioning. It's very clear that to be able to collect information, store and manage it in an appropriate manner that would essentially comply with the regulation, it would be useful to look at the existing tools that are being utilized amongst businesses locally. Now, there is an opportunity to improve us on such tools and create specific tools for data privacy enhancement that will not only serve as meeting the compliance requirements, but will also serve as a platform for building marketing opportunities, and then also managing the customer relationship platform within a business structure. So that's one area. Secondly, I would like to point out this, that Nigeria would have to also consider that it is part of a greater picture. And the greater picture is the African continent entirely. The African, with respect to data privacy, there's an African continental privacy framework that is essentially, in place. And I think that was initiated by the African Union about a year or two ago. And it would be a very good platform for Africa to come together and harmonize the policies around data privacy, so that we can have one approach when it comes to the continent, which will also provide opportunities to build on, like I said, tech solutioning, creating more job opportunities, and essentially bridging the gap, when it comes to, the digital transformation needs of this century.
Okay. The other question will be, whenever data privacy and protection comes into focus, it's often regarded as a matter of concern only for big businesses. Okay, how do you think that these matters of data privacy and protection can also extend to small and medium-scale businesses in Nigeria, considering all you said about broad-based implications?
Okay, what I would say is that any small business operating in Nigeria, I believe, doesn't want to essentially continue to be a small business. There's opportunities to grow and expand. Now, what I have identified in the SME space is that there is more or less a lackluster approach to regulatory compliance as a whole. So it is clear that small businesses have to start to consider that where they are consumer driven and they have a need to reach out to consumers online at all in any way or shape or form, they need to present themselves in a more organized way. So data privacy provides them that platform to do that. Data privacy solutions can in effect provide answers to their questions around creating a useful database that they can essentially mine and then groom and then grow over the course of their business. Let me give a simple example. Let me go with farming. A farmer who essentially farms chickens and eggs and is looking to provide an online platform from which end users like myself and yourself can order for eggs, chickens, and then have them delivered ultimately to whatever location, and then also possibly to businesses, hotels, and then fast food places. For this small business to essentially begin to put together a database of such customers, they will need to have a platform that allows them to collect data. Now, that platform from the get-go must have a privacy by design outlook, meaning that from the get-go, it is clear that the individuals you are targeting understand that when they're sharing this information with you, there's the opportunity to continue to build on that relationship and receive value for that, data sharing function. So in a nutshell, what I think is that any small business that is looking to upscale, to grow, to even essentially even look at partnership opportunities in and outside Nigeria must consider, putting data privacy and data protection ahead of all other needs when it comes to meeting the regulatory compliance needs.
So, in summary, what do you see as the outlook for data privacy and protection in Nigeria moving forward?
If we had this conversation like about a year or two ago, I would have said it was, slow and an uphill task. But in 2022, I have found that there's an increasing awareness that is driven not only by, public policy, but also a clear understanding of what data protection entails. There have been quite a number of cyber threats and data breaches that have occurred that have become public knowledge and have in effect essentially said to individuals like myself and yourself that there is some value being derived by big organizations or entities that collect information. So I believe strongly that, especially here in Nigeria, it's on the up and up, but there's so much more work to be done around creating awareness, and essentially keeping the drive going as it seems.
Is there anything in the course of this interaction that we may have left out that you may still want to add before we shut down?
I think the only thing I would like to address is the importance of the data subjects as myself and yourself and any individual who by virtue of the partnerships or interactions that they have with business entities have shared their information must look into. The onus is on you as the data subject to demand a level of professionalism and a level of compliance from the parties that you do business with. So whether it's a bank, whether it's a whether it's an insurance company, whether it's the hotels that you go to, whether it's your children's schools, we need to start asking more questions around how our information is being protected, managed, and stored. It is now a duty that each and every one of us have to consider taking very seriously, because it is clear that to an organization or big company, you are just a statistic that essentially will help in meeting their target, their annual target. So it's important that you take responsibility in demanding a certain level of service from a data processor. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ada. It's been great having you on the show, and thank you very much once again.
Good day to you, Mrs. Bisola Aziz, the Iyaloja of Ikeja Computer Village. We're pleased to have you on Technology Times Live, where we engage with policy leaders and business leaders across the public and private sector in Nigeria. We're pleased to have you because you're the female leader of the largest consumer technology market in Nigeria and probably the biggest in the whole of Africa. And there's been some development in Ikeja Computer Village that's generated again significant public interest in the last few days. The year is also just wrapped up, the year 2023. The market has played a significant role. And as the market leader, you've also seen the market trend, maybe across business and so many other spheres. And that's some of the issues that we'll be addressing in the interaction with you today. So, Iyaloja, Happy New Year, ma. Great to have you on Technology Times Live.
Happy New Year to you. Good day. Thank you for having me.
Mrs. Aziz, could you provide us with the key facts surrounding the recent demolition of a section of Computer Village in Ikeja, shedding light on the issues that led to this demolition action?
Thank you very much. The particular place that is being demolished happens to be where I have my private office, apart from the administrative office of the Iyaloja. That's number 30/31 Otigba Street. That's where Laptop Galleria, my private company, has been since 1999. I am the foundation member. I'm the very first tenant in that plaza. So I know the genesis of the whole place. Ever before I became the Iyaloja of Computer Village, Poa Plaza has been in existence, and we had an association in which we used to run that place, that's Computer Dealers Association, CDA. I was a two-time ESCO member of that association and member of the trustee of that association. To God be the glory, we have been there maintaining the place. When the place was built, we were part of, I can say that I was part of the people that financed the developer that built the place. And that was the reason why I got a shop there in 1999. Most of the people that had shop there, the very first tenants, were the ones we paid up front for the developer to develop on behalf of the police, POA. And the initial agreement was that the developer would have that place for 10 years, then it will revert back to the police. But unfortunately, after 3 years, they told us that we now have individual landladies, that they have sold the shops to POA members. So after 3 years, that was 2003, we started paying, 2002, we started paying to the individual landladies. So every landlady has their own, they have their own individual prices. So we're not paying uniform price. So later we all agree, we started paying uniform. It has always been from one problem to the other. Then they might come after 2 years and say some people, they have changed their landladies and we now have another landlady. I think the issue is that when new ESCOs of POA come in, they always look for ways of making money. So is either they come to us that our landladies have changed and they need increments, this and that. But this one that started in 2019 was that they want to rebuild the place and that we should all vacate. Then everybody called the various landladies to a meeting that we thought that instead you bought these shops and they are yours. Why do you want to drive us? And if you want to drive us, let us know the reason why. They said they are not in the know. that the power executives are the ones doing their thing. I said, how can you say you own a shop, you have bought it from power, and you don't know what they want to do with the shop? Then that means it's not yours. But you people came with a certificate of occupancy showing that you are the owners. We had another meeting with power. They said no, that it was the landladies that needed increments. Okay, we went to them, we discussed, they increased the prices of the shops, and we started paying. We continued like that. But in the recent time, like few weeks back, they told us that the IG's wife, the new IG's wife, has called for a meeting and said that they have given the place to a new developer to develop, and that everybody must leave. He said there's no problem in living. We cannot perpetually tell the owner of a property what to do with his or her property. It's not ours. We are only tenants. But let's come to a round table. Give us time. Some people have paid 3 years upfront rent. For me now, my rent is supposed to expire this May. Some have paid 1 year upfront. Tell us when, give us time to leave, maybe 6 months, then we'll stop paying rent. And if you must vacate us right away, let us know if our individual landlords are going to refund back our money that has been paid upfront, or the developer will do that on your behalf or on their behalf. Then you give us time to, then you give us form that when you finish rebuilding, if we are willing to pay your current price, then we can still have our shops back. But they were not just ready to listen to anybody. They were not ready to discuss with us. That prompted us to go to the courts to get an injunction. So that pending that time, at least they will sit with us, we will discuss. But of course, it is police and they can take the laws into their hands. They came on a Thursday, they started pasting paper on our walls that they are going to demolish, that we should vacate in 24 hours. We went to all the state authorities in charge of demolition. They told us that there's no demolition order for POA. We called the task force chairman that came with some other police to give us the 24 hours quit notice. He said that they only called him that he should go and give them support, that POA ESCOs are the ones doing their thing. We tried, we called on the governor, we wrote letters to all the authorities, at least for them to give us time to vacate. A lot of people have gone on holidays for Christmas. They are not even around to pack their goods. How do we pack under 24 hours? We thought it was a joke that maybe they would give us like a week or two. But to our surprise, they came in the middle of the night on Saturday. Before we could say Jack Robinson, they've destroyed everything. I was able to pack few of my laptops, but I couldn't remove AC, remove the furnitures. But at least I packed my good. But a lot of the shop owners there that had traveled, because before they started demolition, they brought in some Hausa guys. They were opening shops and removing people's goods. They actually looted and carted away people's items before the demolition. It was a record. People videoed it, even though they came with over 200 policemen to intimidate people and harass them, despite the fact that they came in the middle of the night. People still made recordings. And it was a rude shock that that could happen in a democracy. At least you will give people time, you will talk with us, you will discuss, you will give us plans of what you want to do. Yes, we cannot stop you from taking possession of your property or using it for whatever you wish. But at least for tenants that have been there, for me, I have been there for almost 25 years. You can't just, under 24 hours, displace us like that. Because there is no demolition order for that place. The demolition was completely illegal. Because we asked them for the demolition order, they could not show us anything. But because they are police, they intimidated everybody with guns, and of course, people will run for their lives. But unfortunately, over 300 business owners in Poa are in the east on holidays. So their goods were destroyed with the building. So that is exactly what happened in Poa. Before now, I have given interview on television, on radio, asking government to come to our aid, to plead with them to give us time to vacate. But we couldn't get help from anybody. And of course, they exercise power over us because they are police. But God is in control.
Thank you very much, Iyaloja, for the clarification that you have provided. Out of this clarification that you have provided, there's some follow-up questions we would like to ask you. In some of the viral videos that we have seen, some allegations were made that the demolition of the Poa complex was targeted at a section of the country. But you, as the Iyaloja of Computer Village, you are even a victim. So many other people are victims. Please give some clarification on this aspect of the information that's made the round, that the demolition was targeted at a section of the country doing business in Computer Village. And also, please do clarify if there was any involvement from the part of the Lagos State government. Thank you.
That allegation is completely incorrect. And I think some biased people just want to indict Lagos State government for nothing. It was completely incorrect. I am a victim. I am Yoruba. The chairman of the plaza, as we speak, Tayo Shitu, is also Yoruba. There are a lot of Yoruba people in that plaza, a lot of Igbos, and a lot of minorities. Because if you are not Yoruba and or Igbo, in Computer Village, we call them minorities. We are mixed. So it was not as if it was targeted at any particular tribe. That is completely incorrect. And I think people that are spreading such news just want to cause problem in Nigeria. You know, this tribal and ethnicity problem that people usually want to use as sentiment when things happen. But that's not correct. Lagos State government has nothing to do with the demolition. They are not the owners of the property. So, and it's not as if the property is in distress. The government will say, okay, this property is in distress, we are coming to demolish. And if Lagos State government wants to come to demolish, they will give you demolition notice. There was nothing like that. So it has nothing to do with Lagos State government, because I went around to all the authorities in charge of demolition, and they told us categorically that they do not have such permits. They do not have such requests, that nobody came for such requests for demolition. And they have not approved any demolition for Poa Plaza. So how, in all of this, how is Lagos State government involved? The property belongs to the police. The police came on their own to demolish, even not minding the court order, stopping them from doing the demolition. So it's completely incorrect. And I think that people that are spreading such rumor, they are just trying to blackmail Lagos State government. I am a victim, so there is no way that somebody that has done me wrong, I will support the person or say something nice about the person. But I cannot lie against Lagos State government when I know fully well that they have nothing to do concerning this particular situation.
Thank you very much for the clarification. So moving forward, has there been any compensation? Has there been any discussions with the police authorities following this demolition? Have they come back to you to offer any hope that some redress will come?
Thank you very much. Nothing like that. They are not even talking to us. They are not discussing with us. And that is why we are now calling on Lagos State government to support us to make sure that we get justice from the police. If they have willfully destroyed our property, our goods, they should compensate us. They should pay for what they have done, because the demolition is illegal, is illegal. Why would they do that without a demolition order, without giving us enough notice? We even begged for a week or two so that people can run down from the east to come and vacate their offices. They did not listen, thinking that whatever they do, nobody can bring them to book. But I am happy that we are in a democracy, and I'm sure that we will get justice from them. We are appealing to governments so that we can get redress for what they have done to everybody. I didn't lose any of my goods, but I lost furnitures because we were only able to remove the computers in the office. The fixtures we couldn't remove, and they all went down with the demolition. So they are not talking to us. They are not discussing with us at all. They are completely ignoring us as if we don't matter. And I think this is where Lagos State government should come in to help us, to come in to assist us to get justice from the police.
Talking about getting or seeking justice from the police, has the Market Association been able to have a fair idea of the figures involved in terms of losses, whether goods, furniture, products, and other related items? Do you have a fair idea today?
We are still collating it, so I can't give you a specific figure, but we are collating it. And I'm sure that by the end of next week, we should get the accurate figure, because most of the people, the former business owner in POA, most of them are back now. So we are talking with everybody, we are having meetings so that we are getting data of the items each individual left in their store before the demolition, especially those that could not even vacate before the demolition.
But I
can tell you is a huge amount.
In terms of estimates, what do you think this huge amount might amount to?
We will be talking of nothing less than $1 billion, because most people there sell laptops, cameras, desktop, and you know how costly these items are.
Okay.
If I was not around on Saturday to move my laptops, I would have lost like 85 pieces of laptops and 20 pieces of desktop. You know how much that would be? There are some that are almost $1 million item per item. So what we deal in, they are capital intensive. So, but we need to get the accurate figure, and because I can only talk for myself, but I won't be able to talk for others. What I lost was just my furnitures, my AC, and other fixtures. But I didn't lose any goods. But a lot of people lost their goods because they were not around to vacate their offices before the demolition.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Moving forward, as the Yaloja of Ikeja Computer Village, what progress has the Market Board made under your leadership, and what initiatives are being implemented to address the challenges faced by the market in recent times?
The major challenge we have in the market is the street trading, and we've been talking to governments that business owners that are paying huge amounts in taxes cannot be deprived of doing good business because of the activities of the street traders. And we have planned on how to map out ways that we can minimize what is going on the streets. We want government to come to our aid concerning this because it's really telling on shop owners, major stakeholders in the market. Businesses have been very dull because a lot of people are running away from Computer Village because of the several vices happening on the streets. And it is because of the rowdiness of the streets that these hoodlums and criminals are hiding under to perpetrate their evil. So if government can come to our aid in sanitizing the streets so that at least there will be free flow of people and vehicle, and people can come into the market and trade in peace. A lot of people are afraid of buying substandard items and some sharp practices going on in Computer Village. We can keep mentioning that on and on. And what I've been doing concerning that is to make sure that we have invited Consumer Right Protection to come and have a mini office in Computer Village. At least that will deter people from sharp practices. At least if you are not well treated where you have gone to do business, you have a place where you can report them to. Because sometimes, because what we sell are technical, they can give a customer a substandard item. They might not know until they get home and maybe their engineer looks at it before they will realize that, oh, they have asked for a 512, they were given a 256 laptop. So if the stakeholder, the business owner, does not want to do the right thing, Consumer Right Protection will be there to come to your aid. That is one of the things that we have done to make sure that at least people will be sure that if anything goes wrong, there is a government agency in the market that can always address their issue. And we have also been advocating, sensitizing the public too, that if you must come to Computer Village to do business, to buy, make sure that you enter a shop with a known address and name. Don't just buy from anybody on the street. You cannot stay on the street and say you want to buy an iPhone 15 for 100,000, something that is like almost $1 million. Or you want to buy Samsung Fold, they will tell you they have it for 250 on the street. You should know yourself that what they are giving you is fake or nothing. Then you now get home or get halfway and say they sold to you fufu. When you are buying something of 1,050,000, Samsung Fold 3 for 250 on the road, what do you expect to get? So we are also sensitizing customers too by public announcements and advertisement that if you come to Computer Village to do business, make sure that you go to a well-known shop, a shop with a name and address, and make sure that wherever you are buying from, the receipt they are giving you is the same thing, is the same name with the name on the shop outside on their signboard. Otherwise, if you come to us to complain, how do we help you if we cannot locate the person you have done business with? So those are the little things that we are doing. Those are the little efforts we are making sure to have a very good business environment that all of us can be proud of as business owners, and where customers too can come and do their business in peace. At least when they come to buy, when they go, they follow our instructions. At least if they have issues, we'll be able to help them.
Thank you very much. More often than not, the Computer Village generates interest across Nigeria, often beyond. And so it naturally would lead us to the next question about wanting to know if you can share the current state of business activities in the market, the number of businesses you have there, the market figure for Ikeja Computer Village as of 2023, and some key highlights of notable trends and development in the year that has just wrapped up.
As we speak now, after our last count, we have over 10,000 shops and businesses in Computer Village right now. Not talking about people on the streets. I mean shops. Because you find out that some plazas have over 100 shops. For POA now, we are almost 500. If POA that was recently demolished, we're over 500 shops in POA. And some buildings have over 100 shops. And on the streets, you can find like 20, 30 streets. 20, 30 buildings, and we have about 10 streets in Computer Village. So we have over 10,000 businesses in Computer Village as at 2023. And of course, it's still going to grow in 2024 because there are some buildings being demolished and being turned to plazas. Maybe a 6 flats now, they would demolish it and turn it to like 50 shops or 100 shops. Those are still going on in the market. So by the end of 2024, when we do another census, then we will know whether it has grown or it has reduced. But as we speak, we have over 10,000 businesses.
Can you speak to the market volume? Maybe like how much do you estimate that Computer Village makes, maybe monthly or annually?
If anybody says they can tell you that, then that will not be correct. It won't be right. I won't say they are lying, but it won't be right. Because before you can give the turnover of the entire Computer Village, you need to do the statistics shop by shop. I can speak for my office, what I turn over annually. Then how do I talk for over 10,000 other businesses? So people just assume. Some will tell you over 10 billion, some will tell you 1 trillion. They are only guessing. And it is a huge task for anybody to do. Every individual knows his or her worth. But unless government comes and wants to do, okay, yes, we want to know how much is the turnover of Computer Village, and they begin to estimate each individual businesses and offices, then they can get the figure. But as I speak, I cannot tell you how much the turnover for Computer Village is. If I say anything, it will be a guesswork and it will not be correct. And I don't like to say things that are not right. I can't tell you for a fact that this is the estimated turnover for Computer Village. No. Although it is very huge, but I don't have the specific figure.
Okay, but still speaking to being very huge, as at the last time anybody checked or had an estimate, what was the guesstimate, if we could use that word, for the market?
I've heard somebody said 5 billion, and I've heard another person said 8 billion.
Is that monthly or daily?
I think they said monthly.
Okay. Looking ahead.
Those are not my words.
We understand what you have just said. Looking ahead, what's your outlook for the business climate in Computer Village in 2024 and beyond? And are there specific strategies or plans in place to ensure the market's continued growth and success?
Yes, we have a lot of plans to make sure that Computer Village gains back its lost glory. Because when we started in the middle 90s, it was a very nice place to do business, a very conducive area for everybody to trade. But recently, the street traders have taken over the whole place, and we are calling on government to come and do their job. Government says they don't want street trading in Lagos State. So if we must allow people in Computer Village to be on the road, we must know them. So we are planning on how to make sure that there is a particular size of cubicle you will use if you are to be on the road. There are certain areas you must stay, and you must be enumerated. Whether you are a shop owner or you are on the road, if you are within the vicinity of Computer Village, the authority must know you, so that if something happens in a particular street, we can say, okay, we know the person that sold this to you. We cannot be dealing with people that we don't know. We are trying to make sure that Computer Village is less porous. We are planning to make sure that there is sanity for people to come to do business. If there is sanity, the crime will automatically fizzle out. Because there is no sanity, that is why hoodlums have areas to hide and perpetrate their evil. So we are doing a lot on that, and our principal, the Aloja General, Chief Mrs. Folashade Tinubu, she's on top of the matter to make sure that Computer Village is a market that people can come to do business in peace, to do business and not be cheated. I mean, we want good news about Computer Village, and we are working towards that. And I know that it is achievable, it is possible, and in this 2024, we will get there, and people will marvel at the turnaround of Computer Village.
Okay, still looking at what would happen in 2024. There's been conflicting signals about the relocation of Ikeja Computer Village to another location in Lagos. Can you clarify the current stance on this matter? Are there concrete plans for relocation? And if so, what are the reasons behind such a decision, and if there's been any timeline?
Yes, there's no timeline, but the relocation is no longer a news to anybody in Nigeria. The government have said that they are going to provide a place they will be taking us to in Katangwa and Agbado, the local government. But we are waiting for the place to be ready. If the place is ready, we are also willing to move. But as we speak, the place, I don't think the construction has even started. We have, in the market too, we also have a relocation committee in charge of the process of relocation. So if government says they don't want us in Ikeja anymore, we should move to another place, we have no choice, we have to move. But we are dialoguing, we are discussing, and of course, when the time is right, we will go, because what they are planning for us to be in Katangwa is a very big place, a lot bigger than what we have in Ikeja. I mean, well-structured parking space and all that, sectionalized areas for different things, different computer parts and items. If what we see on paper is what we get, everybody will be happy to go. But as we speak, the project has not started. And once it starts, we are ready to collaborate with government so that we'll have a smooth relocation. But as we speak, the project has not started, and we know that for that huge project, it cannot take less than 5 years for it to be ready. So, but we are going to be cooperating with government anytime they are ready for us.
Thank you. Another matter of interest is the fact that most of the products that your members sell in Computer Village are sourced from abroad. So in the light of the challenges faced by merchants in the market, particularly regarding foreign exchange fluctuations. What measures do you think policymakers and other stakeholders can take to complement the growth of these businesses and traders operating within Computer Village?
I think what government can do for us is, to give importers, although they have done it in the past, and of course, there was the issue of round tripping. But I think what government can do is for them to let importers have a reduced dollar rate and access to foreign exchange. Because there's nothing we can do if we don't have foreign exchange and we are not producing. For us in Computer Village, we are import based. And as the dollar is going up, so are prices going up. Laptops that we used to sell at 120, 130, now is like 300,000 because of the exchange rate. I think government should look into the area of the foreign exchange and the accessibility of this foreign exchange to importers. That is our own major challenge as a business group of people in Computer Village. It is a major challenge because we don't have access to foreign exchange. Dollar is very scarce and it is very high. And of course, what we buy is what we sell. In fact, a lot of people are even packing up. Most people in Computer Village now, they depend on manufacturers to bring in the goods for them and sell to them at whatever amount, because people are even afraid to go and import on their own because of the instability of the dollar rates. A lot of people are almost in trouble because of the exchange issue that the entire country is having. And Computer Village is not isolated. It is not a peculiar problem to Computer Village, but of course it is a major problem to us because we are completely import-based. We don't manufacture anything ICT in Nigeria. Even those that claim that they are manufacturing, they are only assembling parts. So, and of course, people, the Nigerian mentality, if it is not from US and UK, nobody wants to buy. They believe that whatever we manufacture here as computer is substandard, because there are some locally assembled computers, but nobody is patronizing except maybe few government parastatals. So that the issue is for government to find something to do, that will help business owners concerning these exchange rates.
Thank you very much. On the final note, what message would you like to convey to the technology community, businesses and consumers who rely on Ikeja Computer Village for their technology needs, given the current circumstances and future prospect of this huge market?
My message to customers, like I said earlier, is to make sure that they go and do business, they buy from a shop that can be verified. They make sure that whatever they need, they get it from a source that is reliable. Because if you don't get from a reliable source, if something goes wrong, you might not get help. That is why we have been telling them. My message to everybody is that you come to Computer Village, enter a shop to buy. And when you are entering the shop to buy, make sure that you do your background check and due diligence. Don't enter a shop where they write AZ Computers, and after buying, they are giving you a receipt of Laptop Galleria. So that is very important to customers. Customers should make sure that wherever they are buying from, it is a very viable address and business name, so that when you have issues, we can assist you to get redress, because we cannot help you when we don't know the person you have done business with, and that happens a lot. So customers should be aware that whenever they come to Computer Village, there are a lot of people doing good businesses, selling high quality products, but make sure that you go to those people to do business. Don't engage tout on the street. Don't engage tout in front of people's shop. Enter the shop, see the shop owner or the sales girl, and make sure that all documents, you receive all your documentation after your purchase, and verify that it is the same receipt you are getting as the address and name of the office you have entered.
Thank you very much, Iyaloja. Is there anything we may have left out in the course of the interview that you want to add before we shut down?
Nothing really, but we want government presence in Computer Village. We want the Lagos State government to give us a special security in Computer Village. We need it. Computer Village is large, and if anything happens inside Computer Village, the entire country will be affected. So we need the Lagos State governor to look into that and make sure that, there's a special security surrounding Computer Village for safety.
Thank you very much, Iyaloja. It's been wonderful having you on Technology Times Live. We would, if need be, play the Oliver Twist again to bring you back. Thank you very much, and we wish you a great 2024 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate.
Good morning, Mr. Dotun. Thank you for granting this interview with Technology Times.
Good morning, Fejiro. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. So can you elaborate on the specific challenges within the Nigerian landscape that Innovate AI Lagos 2024 aims to address through the team Adapting for AI for Nigeria, crafting intelligent solutions for our unique landscape?
Thank you, Fejiro. So AI in Nigeria is running a conference and is aptly titled Adapting AI for Nigeria, Crafting Intelligent Solution for Our Unique Landscape. The whole essence of this is that AI will be adapted, localized to solve some challenges that are peculiar to Nigeria. So part of the challenges are data availability and quality, talent and education, local context and relevance of AI, having a regulatory and ethical framework, AI literacy, and public perception. So in terms of adapting AI, there are things we are looking at, which is working with existing companies that are using AI to be able to deepen their knowledge and their potential in terms of their business, trying to adapt AI in terms of the challenges of infrastructure, that in terms of implementing AI. And we don't have enough experts in the area of talent and education. One of the interesting things that is happening is that, the National Board for Technical Education is decoupling computer science for HND in polytechnics. Now you're going to have HND in artificial intelligence. So that is a good step forward. You also have organizations in Nigeria that are helping or trying to train data scientists. But beyond this, you have other areas where you need even non-technical expertise in the AI landscape. And also, in terms of the AI safety and ethics, you need the regulator to actually understand what to regulate, what framework works. This is not peculiar to Nigeria, it's a global challenge. But the EU has released an EU AI Act, which I think could be a benchmark globally to help in regulating AI. But adapting AI for the challenges we have in Nigeria, like unemployment, challenges in education, challenges of security, other challenges. AI is a general purpose technology that can be adapted and used for good, but it has to be done ethically, and the regulators also need to be able to apply a framework that will work well for the Nigerian landscape. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So speaking on collaboration, how does the conference and hackathon plan to foster collaboration and knowledge sharing among professionals, researchers, entrepreneurs, investors, and regulators within Nigeria's AI ecosystem?
Thank you very much. In terms of fostering collaboration, I'll just backtrack a few steps. So AI in Nigeria as a company offers services where we do things we do AI readiness assessment, AI research, AI product development, and AI ecosystem events. So the Innovate AI Lagos 2024 is one of our ecosystem events. And this is intentionally used to bring together the ecosystem. So within that ecosystem, we're going to invite players, and we already have confirmation of players within the AI ecosystem that will be there. We have the regulators coming. So one of the main speeches are going to be given by the Director General of NITDA. We have the academia being represented. We have large companies who are already using AI being represented. We have startups, civil society, government, public sector. So part of what we're doing is deepening the ecosystem capability. And one of the things we are doing on the second day of the conference, on the 24th, is a masterclass with our keynote speaker, Roger Verkoven from OpenAI. And this is aimed at sharing his expertise and knowledge. And as we move beyond the conference, we're going to be having events, reports, capacity development opportunities to deepen the base and the capacity of the ecosystem. So I'm actually personally responsible for the ecosystem deepening and activities. So there's a lot of programs that are lined up in this regard.
All right, thank you very much. You mentioned the featured speaker, Roger Verkoven. So could you provide more details about him and how his insights, especially those related to DALL-E and ChatGPT, will contribute to the understanding and development of AI in Nigeria?
Thank you. So Roger Verkoven is a Dutch national who is highly respected in the AI circle. And he's been around for quite a while. He's a pioneer in the AI and creative industry, keynote speaker and thought leader in AI. He's an award-winning creative professional. He has collaborated with global creative talents worldwide. And he's been an advisor to OpenAI and generative AI. The current wave of AI is generative AI. And when you think about generative AI now, or this wave of AI, the first thing that most people think about is ChatGPT. And Roger Verkoven was very instrumental in the creation of DALL-E and also removing bias from ChatGPT and a lot of things with DALL-E 2, DALL-E 3, and ChatGPT. So he's a leader in the field, and he's been right there before the launch of ChatGPT last year, and in 2022. So basically, we are bringing him to share his experience. And one of the key things we are trying to do at AI in Nigeria is to bring global expertise and knowledge to share into the Nigeria ecosystem and localize it and help to grow the ecosystem. So, and when we're looking and thinking about who we can bring that to be very relevant, it was quite easy to settle on Roger because of his knowledge and his breadth of expertise. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So, in what ways will the hackathon contribute to the development of sustainable AI-based solutions for sectoral challenges in education, agriculture, financial services, regulation, compliance, and health?
Thank you. So in terms of the hackathon, so there are two events. So we have the conference and we have the hackathon. And the hackathon finale will be on the 24th. So the hackathon will have started before the conference, and we have partners that we're working together on the hackathon. So the way the hackathon works is that we are, the different partners are picking peculiar challenges for their sector, be it in the energy sector, be it in the education sector, in the agriculture sector, manufacturing sector, the financial services sector. And the hackers or the software engineers, we create a solution using AI to solve those challenges. And I think this is one of the ways we are contributing to it, because there are ways where you can create fancy solutions through a hackathon, but that is not what we're trying to do here. We're looking at peculiar Nigeria challenges, and we're asking these hackers to create a solution that can be taken forward to solve this peculiar Nigeria challenge in each of these different sectors.
All right, thank you. So how do you envision Innovate AI Lagos 2024 as a catalyst to eliminate silos in the Nigerian AI ecosystem?
Thank you. So AI is not a new technology. AI has been around for since the 1950s, about 60-something years or even thereabout. And the interesting thing is that if you look at the Nigerian landscape, you have a lot of fintech companies, maybe agri-tech, edu-tech, financial services using one AI technology or the other. You also have almost 100 companies dedicated to using AI to solve one problem or the other. There's a lot of actors and players doing things in their own different ways. Innovate AI is a way where we're trying to bring the society together, the sector, the ecosystem together. And we have the 2024 edition, we're going to have 2025, so it's going to be an annual event. So one of the ways we're looking to use this to bring the ecosystem together is to showcase the value of coming together. So when the ecosystem comes together and they see the value, next year when we invite them, we are hoping and believing that they see the value enough to return. And like I said previously, this is the beginning of the ecosystem activities. So there will be learning, there will be symposia, there will be panels, there will be Q&A sessions, and the contribution is global. So you have global experts, Nigerian experts, startup experts, experts from the academia, civil society, the government, regulators, large enterprise organizations, and the AI infrastructure providers. So basically, bringing everybody together, and we're believing it's going to be the largest AI event in Nigeria, because previously you have tech event with AI as a subset. So by bringing the ecosystem together once a year, we are hoping that this will make the ecosystem see what the possibilities of collaboration and the opportunities that exist within the ecosystem.
Right, thank you. So can you share examples of how AI is currently being applied in Nigeria and the impact it is making in the identified sectors?
So if you think about one of the fastest growing business sector in Nigeria, apart from Afrobeats, I think is fintech. And the fintech sector is one of those sectors where you have unicorns, companies that are valued over $1 billion dollars. So if you think about Africa unicorns, I believe about 5 out of the 7 are in Nigeria, and I think about 4 out of the 5 are fintech companies. So this is clearly showing how using algorithms and superior technology can make a difference in businesses. There are other businesses that have imbibed AI in their operations, but I just kind of want to just zoom into the fintechs. They have made a lot of success in their operations, and there's a lot of infusion of AI technology in their operations. So this is an example of what good looks like. If you also want to go into the creative industry, you find that one of the things, the soft power that Nigeria has now is Afrobeats. And these Afrobeats musicians, a lot of them became global brands, if you can put it that way, through social media. And social media platforms most of the time use artificial intelligence. If you also look at the telco sector, where smartphone, the smartness in the smartphone mainly is the algorithms or machine learning and all those things that relate to AI, where it shows the power of AI, how it can make you go in leaps and bounds when you infuse the technology. So these are some few examples. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So what steps are being taken to ensure the responsible deployment of AI in Nigeria, considering the discussions around regulation, ethics, safety, and potential societal impacts?
So I think at this stage, everybody is beginning to draw a framework for regulation. So I was privileged to be part of the AI Safety Summit at Bletchley Park, which is close to where I live in the UK. And basically, one of the things you realize is that even the UK government and the global superpowers in technology realize the need for looking into regulation, the ethical side of AI safety and all that. And after that, we've seen the European Union releasing the AI Act from the European Union. The Nigerian landscape is just evolving in terms of artificial intelligence. And one of the things we are driving to be able to do is to work with regulators to be able to craft relevant and adequate regulation that is not overbearing, that is relevant to our landscape, to be able to apply it to the Nigerian landscape. So I think Innovate AI Lagos 2024 is one of the ways we are trying to deepen that conversation we already started. And some of the regulators in the landscape at the conference, we're already having conversation, and we'll be having conversation which we are looking to ensure that we have a localized regulation that is not just a copy and paste regulation. We need to localize it so that it serves the purpose of our peculiar situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, sir. So given the expected compound annual growth rate of over 30% in Nigeria's AI sector in the next 5 years, how do you see the landscape evolving, and what opportunities does this present for businesses, entrepreneurs, and investors?
That's a very interesting interjection and question, because we're currently, AI in Nigeria is currently working on our first AI landscape report. The AI landscape report is going to show what is happening in Nigeria. And I've been privy to see some of the things that the researcher and the research team, the lead researcher and the team has been kind of stumbling on. The interesting thing is that the AI industry in Nigeria is going to explode. 30% is a safe estimation, but it may even go beyond that. I see a lot of opportunities in different sectors, but one of the things we are offering to prepare the industry for that is the AI readiness assessment and research, because you're going to suddenly find a lot of vendors trying to sell AI products and AI solutions to different types of companies. And what we are saying is, stop. Before you buy, you need to actually understand how ready you are. So we offer AI readiness assessment, which we're kicking off with a few clients in the next few weeks. The interesting thing about that is that as the industry is growing at 30% or more in Nigeria. There will be a lot of jobs that will be created. And I want to use this opportunity to calm nerves. As the industry evolves, it doesn't mean we're going to be losing jobs. It will create jobs. Let's use the evolution of the digital industry as an example. Long time ago, there was no web. So you didn't have any need for SEO manager, search engine optimization manager, because there was something to search. There was a place to search. Somebody had to manage it. So suddenly that job role of SEO manager or search engine optimization manager came about. So as AI advances in Nigeria, there will be some new roles that, a particular person or an individual will need to look after within a company. So I think it's an opportunity for individuals who are looking to maybe move into other job roles, and even within companies, for companies to begin to actually prepare and be ready for the boom and the expansion of AI in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So could you provide insights into the role of AI in addressing infrastructural deficits and improving public services in Nigeria, with a focus on urbanization challenges in cities like Lagos?
So the growth of AI will touch many industries, and we have possibilities of learning from our brothers countries or sister countries across Africa. There are a few organizations who we are collaborating with as AI in Nigeria. There are learnings from countries like Rwanda and some other countries in terms of smart cities, because there will be challenges, and there will be challenges with law enforcement, traffic management, which, historically Lagos has always had traffic challenges. I remember growing up, you had the odd number and the even number days with the cars when you go out. But there are ways of infusing AI into managing traffic, into managing law and order, and other things, and even areas like healthcare, education, information management and all that. So as urbanization increases, both in the urban areas and the rural areas, there are opportunities for AI. And this is one of the things we'll be working with stakeholders to begin to sort of bring it to our leaders and the ruling class to understand the opportunities. Nobody should be scared of AI.
Thank you, sir. So how are the Innovate AI Lagos 2024 organizers working to bridge the gap between AI advancements on a global scale and the practical solutions needed for Nigeria's diverse economy?
Brilliant. So a good example is just looking at the lineup of the speakers. So we have a gentleman who is the lead for the MIT AI executive program, and you have the chief digital officer of the Nigeria Stock Exchange. They will be sharing perspective from a global and local perspective. And we're also bringing individuals with experience on a global level. Myself, my co-convener, and some of the others like Roger Verkoven have this global experience, and we are bringing it into Nigeria to sort of localize it and adapt it for our peculiar challenges. That's why we're bringing the breadth of diversity in the panel and the symposia we're going to be having. So what we're bringing is being pulled together, will be pulled together into a report and be shared with the relevant authorities and proceed to see how can we imbibe this to solve peculiar challenges that we have in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for sharing your insights and for speaking with us at Technology Times. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Have a good day.
You too, sir.
Bye-bye.
Good evening, Chief Deolu Ogubanjo. You're welcome to the Technology Times TV. As you can see, you're the National President of the National Association of Telecom Subscribers, and we would like to discuss an important issue that affects all phone users in this country, in the country Nigeria. So, starting off, would like you to let us know about what you think, what is NATCOM's position on the directive issued by the NCC to bar or deactivate phone lines that are not linked to their NIN. This is going to be in effect in March. So what's your take on this?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me, Technology Times.
Thank you.
To start with, yes, it is a good thing to capture, Nigerians, at least for security reasons. Again, it's all right for the development of database. But beyond that is the fact that, yes, they have NCC, or the minister and the erstwhile minister has actually, given the directive. But to expire, I think maybe the new EVC or the new minister now has also given its own directive to end today. But now what I would have thought them, what I would advise, or what they would have done is how many left? How many have we achieved? So far, there are only 12 million left. Agreed. All we would have done right now is to, if I were, the regulator, to now say, okay, we give you an extra three months or so, because whether you like it or not, it was the erstwhile Minister of Digital Economy that started, that gave this directive. And you can imagine that has been since, I think, early 2023 or so. But beyond that now is the fact that here we are, the new minister is here, the new EVC is here, and then it is expiring today. So I would want a situation where they will appraise the situation, how many left to be linked, and then give us some more time. But because of the security situation in Nigeria for now, we are saying, yes, it is good to quickly capture everybody. That's why we are not even looking at 3 months, extension. We're just looking at March 31. We are pleading with the NCC to please, and the minister together, to please ensure that they extend it till March 31 so that everybody will be captured. There is a lot of hardship in town. The new EVC shouldn't actually, shouldn't punish us. This shouldn't be a gift to give us. We are saying he's new. Past EVCs, for instance, during the Engineer Udukwe's period, there was a similar exercise, linking of SIMs and all that. But when it expired, we asked for an extension. That one expired. We asked for another one, and it was granted. I think the same thing was for Dr. Ujunjua. The same thing. And they always granted, extensions, data extensions. So we don't want a situation where this is the new EVC, Dr. Meda. I think he should understand that he's new there. This is a situation where he should not compound problems of the subscribers as the regulator, because it should be an impartial arbiter between the regulators and the MNOs, and between the consumers and the mobile network operators. So for us, it shouldn't punish us by not extending. It should not also punish us by saying that they have, because I heard in Channel News yesterday, last night, that I think it will not be extended. No, he's new on the seat. He should not have it shouldn't be a situation where he will now say, sorry, here we are, it is closed. He should temper justice with mercy, should try and extend it. All we're asking for is just February. I mean, it's expiring today. We're saying March 31. I mean, you should extend it to March 31st. That's what we're saying.
Okay, thank you, sir. But the government has given several extensions, and what would the 30 days being asked by NATCOMS change?
Pardon me, sorry?
I said the government has given several extensions over the years. So what will these 30 days being asked by NATCOMS, what will it change?
Several extensions. Question mark. I do know that this was a fresh one issued by, I think, Minister Pantami, which was also taken up by this new minister and the EVC NCC. But knowing us, let this be the final extension. Like I did say earlier, Engineer Nesundukwe's days in the NCC, he extended. Eugene Jua days, I don't know what we were doing at that time, that we needed extension. He granted, I mean, twice. We're only, this new EVC, we're only asking for an extension, a 30 or 1 month extension to expire March 31. That's all we're saying. And it should not, we should grant this to, is new on the seat. It shouldn't now come and punish us as a, I mean, this is gift for being a new person on the seat of NCC's EVC. I mean, you shouldn't do that. And these are times that are hard for Nigerians. And we use the phone. This is the only sector that we are proud of for privatization. A good example of privatization is the telecom sector. And every other sector is connected to, I mean, the telecom sector. So is it the banking industry? A lot of them. And there you are, for the average consumer, telecoms consumer, uses it for his BVN, his wares when he wants to, you know, showcase in Facebook or Instagram and all that. And again, his WhatsApp, I mean, for the other ones that are using WhatsApp to showcase their business. And again, for their banking credit alerts. So they should not now compound Nigeria's problems by just sticking to today as the deadline. You shouldn't extend the hardship more than it is. You should please give us this gift as a new man on the seat. And we want him to at least listen to our pleadings that it should extend it till March 31, 2024.
Okay, thank you, sir. So why do you think that this subscriber registration or verification has been a recurrent issue in the Nigerian telecom sector?
Thank you. It is current because it borders on security. For instance, they gave a reason at that time. They would, the moment we get everybody captured, it will be easier to track the bandits, or the terrorists, and all that, which is true. So there won't be any reason for not tracking these bandits the moment everybody is captured. So it's going to be very good, and that is why we are not even asking for a long extension, because of the importance of telecoms to security and other matters, and to other sectors. So I think this should be granted sincerely. Just a 31-day, I mean, March 31 will just be fine for us. any other person. Have you visited? I've visited some of the centers. So many students are there trying to link up. You know, these are young people. Anything you want to do now, you must link. So they should please also pity our students. A lot of students are there. You know, I was there today at the centers. So many people are there. So that is why we are pleading for the extension. March 31, 2024.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for mentioning people that are going to be affected by this issue. And so what are the options open to NATCOMS if the request isn't granted?
We know that we won't want to, normally, if it is not granted, then we may have to approach the judiciary. But the new EVC, I'm sure, is listening in, and we will want him to listen and hear our pleas. We want to start to, you know, confront him, you know, in the courts. And this is the first time we are actually appealing to him on anything. He's new on the seat. Yes, the only option left for us is to go to court, which we are always ready. But let's start with an appeal first. Let's start with an appeal. He's new on the seat. We are pleading with him to at least extend this to March 31, 2024.
Okay, thank you for your response to that, because this issue is a really serious matter that is going to affect everyone, because, you know, how out of the 224 million subscribers, telephone subscribers in Nigeria, a whopping 12 million people are going to be affected. So is there anything else you'd like to add in response to this?
Thank you very much. 12 million is a lot. And I am sure there may be about 50, 60, 70% of them, maybe in the city centers. Again, the rural areas too. And we are actually encouraging the suburban rural areas to also key into, you know, the digital technology of using phones to do a lot of things. It will also promote their business. So 12 million is a lot. And I'm sure the EVC will understand that it shouldn't deprive 12 million people. They are used to this particular SIMs, and they use it to transact their business. If it closes them down now, unfortunately, they will now have to get new SIMs, and it will affect them a lot. And this is a period of hardship. It shouldn't compound Nigeria's problems. On a final note, I want to appeal to the EVC, Oga Meda, Dr. Meda, to please extend it to March 31, 2024.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for highlighting the challenges that are going to be faced by these Nigerians. Thank you very much for agreeing to do this interview with Technology Times.
Thank you for having me. It's been my pleasure. Thanks a lot. I'm grateful.
Thank you. With Ms. Adimikun Adeshayoju, Team Lead Emerging Services at DataPro. We'll be talking about the $220 million fine imposed on Meta by the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, the FCCPC, and other related issues. But before we get into that, can you explain the role of DataPro in Nigeria's data protection and credit rating environment?
Is that we play in both fields. We are a registered Nigerian Data Protection Commission, Nigerian Data Protection compliance organization, and we are also a credit rating agency in Nigeria. So we wear many hats. In our credit rating space, we are one of the three credit rating agencies, and we are one of the steps in organizations trying to get access to funding outside of the traditional, bank loans. So that is access to the capital market, and so they must be able to determine. We must be able to determine how credit worthy they are to be able to get financing from the capital market space. And in data protection, we are a licensed data protection compliance organization, which means we've been licensed to act as an agent of the Nigerian Data Protection Commission. We go out there into the public, we create awareness, we conduct audits for organizations so that they understand where their operations are not aligned with the requirements of Nigerian Data Protection Act and other international best practice when it comes to data protection. So we play in both fields.
All right, thank you. You've explained the role of Data Pro. How does Data Pro ensure compliance with the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation and other relevant laws?
All right. So Data Pro, as a company, is also accountable to the laws in Nigeria relating to data protection and privacy. We, as a company, are audited by another licensed DPCO to ensure that our own practices are in line with the requirements of the Nigerian Data Protection Act. We also, as a DPCO, I mentioned earlier, audit other organizations and assist other organizations to comply with the Nigerian Data Protection Act and other international best standards. So that means that we do audits to review organizations' operations, how they interact with their customers, how they process information, and provide recommendations if they are not in alignment with the requirements of the Nigerian Data Protection Act. We review policies, we do trainings so that employees that work at these organizations that collect a lot of personal information understand what it means to have access to what is considered the new gold, right? Information, and are also doing their bit to ensure that the information is kept secure, and they uphold the privacy and not impede on the privacy of their customers.
All right, thank you very much. So now talking about the recent $220 million fine imposed on Meta by the FCCPC and NDPC, what are the main takeaways for companies that are operating in Nigeria regarding data protection compliance?
So the main takeaways for companies operating in Nigeria out of the $200 million fine of Meta by the FCCPC in collaboration with some other government agencies like the Nigerian Data Protection Commission, primarily is that enforcement in data protection is active, and that it's not the status quo before, where some organizations could get away with having double standards. Now, when I mean that in some multinational organizations, there's sometimes a double standard where they have international best standards and the best operations when operating in spaces that have stringent laws, but then have another standard when operating in Nigeria or countries that they believe maybe have lax laws in that regard. And so it's a wake-up call to everyone to take data protection seriously. It is also a hint that the government takes data protection seriously. The government takes our rights seriously. The government takes consumers seriously, and so they are out to protect us and ensure that our best interest. Organizations are acting in our best interest when it comes to the processing of our information.
All right, thank you very much. Speaking about the fine, what specific violations led to the fine, and how can other companies avoid a similar issue?
All right, so when it comes to the fine, it really boils down to consent. Consent is one of the bedrocks of data protection. Is one of the primary legal bases any organization that is collecting or processing personal information acts on. Now, the fine is as a result of the belief that or investigation that Facebook specifically shares information with its affiliate companies like Meta and other third parties. And this information is gotten from the app Facebook. Now, in other crimes, and what is the standard, you as a consumer, you as a customer, you as a user, you should be allowed to opt out. If you believe a processing is excessive, if you believe it does not act in your best interest, you are supposed to be able to, you are supposed to have that right to opt out of processing that you believe does not serve your best interest. And that option is not given to us in Nigeria, was not given to us based on the privacy policy issued by Meta in 2021, which is the privacy policy that the fine is also based off of. And so primarily at its roots, it's that Nigerians don't have the option to opt out of processing if they say they don't want their information shared with other organizations, shared for the benefit of Meta. They're not able to opt out and withdraw consent that was so easily given. Right, consent should be easily given and should also be able to be withdrawn if I believe that the processing is not in my best interest. And so Meta has failed to do that, and that is why they have been fined by the FCCPC in collaboration with other government agencies.
All right, thank you. So how can other companies avoid a similar issue?
All right, so the Nigerian Data Protection Commission, kind of devised a public-private partnership with organizations, right? So it licensed several organizations to act as DPCOs, which I've mentioned throughout this interview. Those organizations are data protection compliance organizations. And so those organizations have been licensed to basically preach the gospel of compliance with data protection and compliance with privacy requirements. And so organizations like DataPro are going around to different entities that collect information, that process information, to say, hi, this is something that you should pay attention to. You collect sensitive information about your customers. What have you put in place to secure it? So by doing that, we do an audit, which should be filed with the regulator each year, just reviewing their operations to ensure that they are complying with the regulation. And then we provide recommendations, right, based on our review. If we notice that, you are not procuring consent appropriately, it is documented, and, we work with you to close out on those gaps. Having a data protection or privacy strategy as an organization, developing a policy, and ensuring that your staff are trained on how to actually comply with that policy. In our space, some important concepts are typically privacy by design or privacy by default, ensuring that when you are developing a process or developing a service or a product, that privacy is thought of from the point of the conception of that product or service, and also by default, saying that in the worst case scenario, the customers are thought of, their privacy is upheld and not impeded upon. Another point that's important is a data protection impact assessment, which is essentially a risk assessment that should be done by organizations when they are coming up with a new product or service, essentially doing a risk assessment from the point of view of your customers. Based on these operations, based on these data processing activities, I as a company want to go into, have I thought of what are the risks that it may pose to my customers, to my consumers, and have I put in place to close out on risks or mitigate them?
All right, thank you. So basically, you've just explained measures that companies should implement if they do not want to disobey data protection laws. So how significant is this fine in the broader context of data protection enforcement in Nigeria, and what precedent does it set for future cases?
Nigeria, and what precedent does it set for other cases? So this fine, I want to say, is a landmark decision, and it will go down in history in our data protection space as such a landmark decision. Right? There have been other fines here and there, but this is the most significant, and it is an eye opener to organizations to ensure that they comply with the requirements of the Nigerian Data Protection Act and several data protection requirements. It also speaks to the enforcement actions of this government agencies, the FCCPC and the NDPC. They are actively investigating cases. They are actively trying to ensure that Nigerians' privacy are upheld, and um, consumer protection rights are at the forefront of their mind when it comes to the public space, protection space, and consumer rights protection space as a landmark decision. Um, Setting the tone about on data protection and privacy, the importance in this jurisdiction, and also I'm sure Africa is watching, right? Other African countries will also be reviewing to see, how can they protect, their consumers, their citizens. Do they have data protection acts? Do they have commissions? The Nigerian is actually a trailblazer in our sub-region, and so I'm sure other African countries would also be taking a hint from this whole scenario.
Organizations in mitigating risks associated with data protection and ensuring that they remain compliant with local regulations.
So as I said earlier, how Data Pro helps organizations comply with the Nigerian Data Protection Act and other related data protection requirements is that we act as a compliance solution organization, and so we help our clients first and foremost identify their deficiencies when it comes to data protection and privacy, and also guide them in the implementation of the requirements, implementation of control measures to ensure that one, their information databases are secure, ensuring that they have the appropriate technical measures to keep the information safe. Because there are two angles to it. There's the angle of a regulator fining you for not complying with the requirements of the regulation or the requirements of the law. And there's also an angle of, you being hacked by a bad actor, right? So you have to manage both of them. One, by complying with the regulation. Two, by also ensuring that your technical measures, are implemented up to date, and are actively blocking out threats from bad actors when it comes to, complying with the acts, ensuring that, you continuously do audits so that you are up to date with the trends in compliance. You have your policies publicized, your legal basis for processing is active. If you're procuring consent, it is given freely. And it's documented. You are training your staff on how to interact with customers, how to manage information. You're conducting a risk assessment when you're developing a new product or service so that you are sure that you have thought of it from your consumer or your customer's point of view, how their information should be protected and kept secure.
All right, thank you. So can you discuss any specific initiatives or tools that Data Pro provides to help these businesses?
Okay, so at our core, Data Pro again is a compliance solutions company, and so we've been, over our 29 years in existence, been providing compliance solutions, helping our clients, understand what data protection is, understand what several other regulatory compliance requirements are. So we have resources on our website. We have free trainings on our YouTube page that is accessible to the general public. Our website is www.datapro.nigeria.net. We have trainings available to the general public to understand more on data protection. Even at our core, we also value advocacy. So we recently sponsored a data protection expo in the University of Ilorin, one of the first data protection clubs, in a tertiary institution. Also trying to build the generation of tomorrow to understand the significance in that university, they're already developing, technology that would help solve some of our problems in data protection and privacy. We have clients or we have people that reach out to us for resources. We're more than happy to help organizations comply or implement certain controls. So we are always available. You can look us up online, have a chat with any member of our team, and we are very happy to help organizations comply with the Nigerian Data Protection Act. If they have questions, if they have comments, we receive them. We take several questions a day around data protection and respond accordingly.
All right, thank you very much. So looking ahead, what's next for Data Pro? What new services or innovations can we expect from you?
So looking ahead for Data Pro, in 2024, anybody talking about technology, anybody talking about anything new is infusing artificial intelligence, right? You said it. How do you ensure that you are, providing seamless service, seamless solutions to your customers? So we're researching and investigating how to develop certain products. One of them is a virtual compliance officer. So we want to be able to develop a tool that helps organizations. So somebody in Sokoto that maybe does not have access to an elaborate compliance team can ask a question around data protection and any other regulatory compliance, and get response, get guidance. So we're working on a virtual compliance officer as a tool. We're also working on integrating AI into consumer customer due diligence. So a process that several financial institutions have to go through, ensuring that they have done their due diligence before onboarding a customer. And so we want to infuse AI into that process and make it seamless. We do have some customer due diligence tools currently, but we want to take it a step further, infuse AI to ensure that it's seamless and reduces maybe human error or false positives in identifying individuals.
All right, thank you. We are looking forward to the virtual compliance officer. And thank you, viewers. We just spoke with Ms. Ademiko Adeseyoju, the team lead emerging services at Data Pro. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Chief Adeolu Ugubanjo, the National President, National Association of Telecommunication Subscribers, also known as NATCOMS. Well, since 2002, that's 22 years back, we have been advocating for the rights of consumers in the telecommunication sector. Yes, we have been opposed to any tariff increase in the telecom sector. In fact, in the last 22 years, yes.
Hello, darling.
Hi, Granny.
What did you do this weekend?
Well, on Saturday, my friends and I met up to hunt some dragons. Again.
Eh?
Then we watched the Cup final in London. And on Sunday, I went to bed watching the world from space.
With Airtel 5G's lightning-fast speeds and seamless connectivity, you won't believe what's next.
And then don't forget, we have been operating the 50 naira cap since 2001, when former President Olusegun Obasanjo introduced the GSM to Nigeria. And there you are. For us, we couldn't see any reason why, because at that point in time, they were, from time to time, they started, for instance, the first month. I know that the gentleman who headed the MTN team then, one gentleman called Adrian Wood, they were looking at 5,000 naira for the first month. 5,000 subscribers for the first month. And there you are. By the first month, they did 35,000. In fact, he said it was wow. And then on and on and on, up till 2006, 2007, when the industry now said, then Glo had joined in 2003, Airtel and, then it was Econet and then MTN, and then Glo now said, sorry, they wanted to increase. They said, no, you cannot, because you are still, piling up. New subscribers are coming, meaning that your network is growing. So we couldn't see why they wanted the tariff increase. Again, I think 4 or 5 years later, the same thing. And at that point in time, I think it was still growing. In fact, at that time, between 2007 and 2012, it was the fastest telecommunications network in any country that was acquiring many more subscribers, in the entire Africa. So for us, we couldn't see any reason why. And then the regulator too did not increase the price cap. So the price regimen, and the tariff remained the same. Again, a lot of people now, got used to data, and then here we are again, 2-3 years back, it is 2020, 2021, during COVID and all that. They also wanted to increase. We said no. But this year, guess what? Since last year, really, the federal government's policy changed. They removed fuel subsidy, and then the unification of the naira, of the dollar, now also came into play as a federal government policy. This has really gotten so much, it has increased their cost, their operational cost considerably. Don't forget they have to power this thing through diesel. Though over the years, diesel has been deregulated and all that. But now they have to cope up with another thing which is affecting the operational expenses, which is the dollar. Because according to them, all the radio equipments that they use to give us good quality service are imported. So, and there you are, for us, we want good quality service. So, two things: increase, increase in fuel or diesel that they are using, as well as the increased cost of procuring the dollar. So with that, and don't forget, about 1 or 2 weeks ago, the MD/CEO of Financial Derivatives, the president of Uncle Bismarck Rewanyi, also organized something particularly focusing on the telecom sector. And he did say that the telecom sector is actually in intensive care unit, meaning that a lot of things need to be done. And these days, the service quality has been so bad, that when you place in about 10 calls, 5-6 calls are not particularly good. And then even when it seemed good, it will break a bit and all that. So it has been affecting the quality of service. And they are saying, look, we need to increase tariff. Now, in the last few months, particularly since last year, they've really not added that much, except those people who had one or two issues, they will throw their SIM away, get another one, still revolving around. So they're not really growing in numbers, in terms of number of subscribers. So unlike the past, when we, refused tariff increase. So for us, at this stage, in order to salvage and continue to, enjoy quality service, particularly now that everything is dependent on the social media, our sales, the exhibition of our goods and services, your Instagram, your X's, your Facebooks, your WhatsApps, and people are now getting used to it. So data and GSM is life now. So we won't want anything to, affect the service quality. And then for us, because they are not really growing, so there is no additional income, so to say, except through, and by the time you now look at them buying more equipment to actually, improve the quality of service for subscribers to enjoy, a slight increase may be necessary so that we will not, strangulate the industry further, so that the service quality will not collapse. But I must say that it has to be marginal. It has to be marginal. The marginal increase will just be fine. When I heard Mr. Carl Toriola's MTN's outpour, I actually called, though he wanted to remain, he said, please, Presido, they call me Presido in the industry. Please, Presido, I try and understand, please don't quote me. I talked to one of the heads in Airtel, and he confessed to me that it's so bad. I now said, is it because MTN has said it? That is why why are you not coming out like MTN has actually come out? He said, we don't want to, confront, the situation as it were, but that they really need to, whatever it is, to, get their tariff up a bit. I said, are you sure? He said, look, it's so bad that sometimes it affects their operations, particularly in terms of the radio equipment, importing the radio equipment for good quality service they are rendering to subscribers. I tried reaching out to Glo. Nobody is speaking. Of the two numbers I have, they are not speaking. So, but as for Airtel, yes, he said I should not please release his name, which I have to keep. But Katrola came in the open to say, yes, the telecoms industry is in intensive care unit, as corroborated by Uncle Bismarck Rewani's Jojo we had on the sector, in the telecom sector, about 2 weeks ago. So Airtel and MTN are making their case, known to the industry, but I couldn't get Glo's reaction. I don't know why. They're not picking. And of course, Nine Mobile is, in quotes, in some state of coma right now. I think it has gotten someone who is acquiring it. We are yet to, have more details on that. So I think the industry is actually yearning for a slight increase in tariff. I must say that, yes, everything, of course, lies with the regulator. The regulator is the, in quote, impartial arbiter between the MNOs, the mobile network operator, and the subscribers. I would recommend to Uncle Meida's NCC that it should be anything between 5 and 10%. It shouldn't be more than that. And 10%, by the time you extrapolate that, it's going to be in several billions of, and you know, we use telecom services a lot. I'm saying it shouldn't be more than 10%, in fact, between 5 and 10%, depending on what the regulator feels. And like I did say earlier, the regulator is the impartial arbiter between the network operators, the mobile network operators, and subscribers, and telecom subscribers. So, and they've been fair, you know, since the days of Ernest Ndukwe, Jua, Professor Dambata, and now Uncle Meda. Now, I want to say that because a lot of us operating other our businesses now have diesel costs. You get it? We now have cost of procuring the dollar. Now, another cost will now be telecoms, communication costs, which you have to put into consideration, apart from transportation costs. So it will now be a major cost to consider again. And that means that services being rendered or products being manufactured may want to go up. And don't forget, as we speak, products are, you know, getting higher and higher in the market. And somehow we would want a situation where we will be looking at a marginal increase so that it will not affect our businesses. You get what I'm saying? So yes, even if you are now to, you know, put in some costs, it will also be marginal in our businesses, so that it does not actually cause more inflation in the economy. So that is why it shouldn't be more between. It should be between 5 to 10%. They should come in. Competition is good. It will increase competition, and competition will drive good quality service. Because and it would also encourage people to port. You know, don't forget we have porting facilities here in Nigeria with the mobile number portability. So if this network is failing me, I go to the other one. So it actually will increase competition. Let them come in, as long as NCC can give them the spectrum. Why not? Let them come in, and I must say that it's good for competition, it's good for the subscriber, because the subscriber will now be choosing, you know, which network is better for him or her. So it's a good thing. Let them come in as much as possible. NCC will regulate that, as again, once that the spectrum is available and then spectrum is allocated to them. Why not? It's the more the merrier. It will drive competition and good quality service. For us subscribers, we will prefer the telecom services that works for us. How do I mean? I've just told you, and we can see ourselves, that the moment you are dialing someone, unlike in the past when good quality service was there, although during December times, December to January, because of congestion and all that, it is usual to have for instance, congestion in the networks during December and January. But apart from that, there's been at least, give it 80 to 90%. But right now, it's a 50-60 situation. You know, you'll be lucky if you call, and then, there are no breakages and all that. So, and they are saying they need to get their equipment in dollars. So for us, we want a good quality services from the mobile network operator, and then with the operating environment and with the costs of operations. Don't forget, they also derive their income apart from the tariff. They're also deriving their income through more subscribers coming on their networks. And that is neither here nor there these days. We are almost at saturation level, except those people who are changing their SIMs, for one reason or the other. There isn't much add-ons these days. So, and that is why, yes, profitability is key. However, because of the cost of doing business in the country right now, due to, government policy of the unification of the Naira, as well as the removal of fuel subsidy, which of course are two major concerns that affects the telecoms industry. I think it's better for us to have a working and qualitative service, telecom services, than, not really giving us the services we have, we want. Imagine those days before 2003 or before 2003. By the time you speak for, then it was per minute billing. The moment you say hello and the thing cuts 5 seconds, you are billed 1 minute. We don't want all that. So for us, we shouldn't go back. I would advise Mr. President, a marginal increase, just like you imagine 2, 3, 4 days ago, when the Minister of Interior, Honorable Ojo, I think, said that for the quality of Nigerian passport to be maintained, he actually had to, the 24 page or something, 36 pages or something, that is 50,000, then 100,000, because they are printing these things abroad, and again, dollar comes into play. So it's better to have a good passport than have, than not have at all. So for a number of us too, I will just say, President should, again, temper justice with mercy, not more than, between 5 and 10% marginal increase. Again, the President has done something in the last 2, 3, 4 days or so. Yes, signing the Critical National Infrastructure bill into law. So that is another thing that will help the telecoms industry, at least from vandalization. So that's one of those things that the President is doing. So we commend Mr. President for ensuring that this happens during his time, because right from the 6th or 7th Assembly, we have been at this Critical National Infrastructure bill. But thank God, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has now signed into law that criminalizes, anybody tampering with telecom masts. So that will help the industry, vis-a-vis ensuring that the quality services returns to the telecom sector. So 5 to 10% increase. It's been a long way since 2001 when we started. Like I did say earlier, we started with a second billing, and then we started with per minute billing in 2003. By the time Glo was coming in, though the existing operators then said it wasn't possible until 2005 or 2006, but Glo came in and just introduced the per second billing, and they had to comply as well. Again, that was a developing situation at that time. We were just getting used to telecom services. again, then we used to now, for instance, before now, it was NITEL for 450 or about 500,000 lines. We are now talking about over 200 million lines. Have grown so much so that it is now becoming part of our lives. By the time in fact, it has created, a global village out of the entire world. Now, you can, for instance, look at the Council of State meeting that the president had with everybody. Some former heads of state joined virtually. So, and again, conferences, World United Nations conferences are being held. So it has developed the world in a way. And thank God for being introduced in 2001 by former President Olusegun Obasanjo. We are now, at least enjoying what other countries are enjoying by doing the right thing at the right time, bringing in the GSM at that point in time. So it has dictated a lot of pace that we interact with ourselves, we do businesses. Now, in fact, it has made them a lot of courier companies not particularly, their sales are now lower because you can now do a lot of things through online, although you still have to use them in a way. But beyond that, it has reduced the situation where you now need to, send some documents through courier and all that. All you did is just email it, then go and print in color wherever you want to print it. So it has dictated happily and pleasurably too the way we interact with ourselves and the way we do business and the way we advertise. Advertising has is been so interesting now that you now can do that on all the social platforms available. And that is why you can only see during elections, there are not much. It's affecting the advertising industry too, because now you can send some few things to, virtually to your friend, and the advert industry is also feeling the pinch, though they are still in business. But beyond that now, they now have to, look at a way to still be in business. Again, a lot of things have been made cheaper in terms of ensuring that we use social media platforms, the Facebook, the Instagram, the X's, formerly Twitter, the WhatsApp. In fact, it's data is life. So it has changed the landscape to something that it is now being enjoyed by every Nigerian, both personally, through individuals as well as in our various businesses. It's a good development because now mobile, has not been particularly sound in terms of, the way they're doing business. I think since Mr. Giwa Osage led Etisalat left the board, a lot of things have happened. They've been struggling to, put their head above waters. But beyond that now, I'm glad that because it came in, and it actually made competition within the telecoms industry better at that point in time. But now, I'm happy that at least they are now being, they are re-strategizing and trying to come back to their old self. So it's a good development, and hopefully they will evolve some good products and services that will attract subscribers to their network. They need to appreciate the fact that good quality service should be, rendered, and good products and services should also be worked out to attract, clients, their subscribers that may want to use their network. Once they do that, I think that they will be home and dry, and then people will come back because they are losing, subscribers by the day. That I know. So by the time they now re-strategize and replan, particularly their product and services offerings, I'm sure a lot of people will come back.
Hello, darling.
Hi, Granny.
What did you do this weekend?
Well, on Saturday, my friends and I met up to hunt some dragons. Again.
Eh?
Then we watched the Cup final in London. And on Sunday, I went to bed watching the world from space.
With Airtel 5G's lightning fast speed and seamless connectivity, you won't believe what's next.
Let me first of all start by starting from a part of you that has largely recorded significant amount of interest, and that's the fact that you are the first professor of computer science in Africa. Oh, sorry, yes, the first female professor of computer science in Africa. Could you please briefly take us down this journey, how this happened, how you were able to recall this tremendous, commendable achievement?
Well, I would just like to start by saying that it was by God's grace, and by the time I finish telling the story, you see why I say it's by God's grace. I went to Comprehensive High School Ayetoro for my A levels, and I was in the physics, chemistry, biology class. In those days, the school start comes out after we started the A levels. So when the school start result came out, I did very well. So our guidance counselor then, Mr. Olumide Kuti, who is now Dr. Kuti, called us one by one on what we like to become in life. So when it came to my turn, I said I would like to be a medical doctor. Then he said something like, Nika, I know you have ability to read medicine, but I think you'd be a good computer scientist. And that was the first time I was hearing that word. I've never had computer science before. So I said, Mr. Kuti, what's computer science? He said, go to the library and find out. And I had to bring a semi-American Western state of Nigeria school, very well equipped. Today, you guys said the facilities I made use of as an HSC student in Ayetoro, you can hardly find it in any Nigerian universities of today, and I mean every word I am saying. So I went to the library in 1968, and I found a book on computer science in 1968, and I read through that book, and I read the history of Ada Lovelace, the first acclaimed programmer, not woman programmer, the first acclaimed programmer in the world. Oh my God, I would like to be like this woman. So I went back to Mr. Kuti. I said, Mr. Kuti, I want to read that for computer science. That was my exact words. So then said, okay, you have to change your subject combination. So I had to move from biology class back to maths class. So I ended up with physics, chemistry, mathematics. So I applied to IFE, and I was admitted to read physics because there was no computer science then. So after I finished my 1 year in IFE, I just saw Dr. Emi one day, who is a distant relation. I said, Nika, you are here? I said, yes. What are you doing? I said, well, I'm a physics student. He said, why don't you come and read computer science? Oh my God, I said, this computer science again with Dr. Kuti. So I changed from physics to computer science and became the first set. And something else also happened. Professor Luole was with Dr. Emi in his office because he was the director of the computer center then. And there was an argument which one I should do, physics, computer science economics, or computer science mathematics. Eventually, because I'm very, very, adventurous, maths I know, economics I don't know, and I wanted to know economics, so I chose computer science economics. So we finished. I finished in IFE, and I went to Georgia Tech now for my master's in computer science alone, and I came back and I started work in the Polytechnic. Then I went for my PhD in IFE. Professor Archbishop Professor Akinde was my supervisor. I won't go into that story because that is a long story. Anyway, I finished in IFE. It was when I finished my PhD, I was told I was the first female PhD graduate of the Faculty of Technology. I said, really? Fine. Then later on, I found I was the first female PhD holder in computer science in Nigeria. I said, oh, really good. And I was working in the Polytechnic Ibadan. Then I went for an interview. By the time I reached the top in Poly Ibadan, I went for an interview. I said, it's time for me to move from the Polytechnic, from Ibadan, and go to somewhere else. I went for an interview to become a rector of the Federal Polytechnic. My husband thought I will not get the job, but unfortunately, I got the job. Then he said, you are not moving from Ibadan. You are going to stay in Ibadan. So it's time for me to move to UI. And I resisted it. But he enlisted the services of another professor who was then the Dean of Faculty of Science in UI, and they needed staff badly. And here is this woman with a PhD in computer science. So between Professor Ode Somoju and my husband, I was dragged. I'm using the word. I was dragged to UI. And to tell you the truth, for the first 2 years in UI, I resented it like mad. Because there is this dichotomy between university and polytechnic. They always look at people coming from polytechnics as being inferior. And you know me very, I'm not going to throw inferiority complex on anybody. So I stood my ground that I chose to go to the Polytechnic because I didn't want to work in the same place with my husband. It's not because I don't have the ability to work in the university system. So I was downgraded to senior lecturer. So I said, fine, but my salary did not diminish. When I joined UI, to tell you the truth, I was earning more than my husband because I reached the top in the Polytechnic system. So for the first 2 years, my husband did not know how much I was earning because I was hiding my payslip from him. But I then worked hard. And to the glory of God, I became Professor of Computer Science in 1986. It was when I went to South Africa in 1988, and I was told that, do you know that you are the first female Professor of Computer Science in Africa? I didn't know. So really? Oh, yeah. So I started searching myself to discover that that was the truth. So you see, I had no intention of going to the university system. So if I had gone to be a rector, there was no way I would have become the first Professor of Computer Science in Africa. Reading computer science, somebody made me to change my mind from medicine to computer science. I was reading physics in Ife. Somebody also made me to change my mind back to computer science. So that's why I said all of these things, I did not plan them. It was the plan of God. And that's why when people ask me, I tell them it's the grace of God. It was nothing that I planned from onset myself. From HSC to university to Polytechnic to University of Ibadan, everything just happened the way God wanted it to happen. So for me, I worked hard though. I'm not saying I'm doing work hard. I worked hard because when I got to UI, I didn't have enough papers. That's why I was downgraded to a senior lecturer. So I said, if it's paper, what's writing a paper? I did my PhD. That was a research. Writing paper is also research. So I sat down and I started writing papers and doing research, doing all kinds of things. And also, as I was doing that, I was also promoting people under me. Because when I was there, I was only postgraduate lecturer in UI at Ibadan with a PhD. So I decided to develop people I met there. So the first thing I did was those with a master's who are lecturers. I started a PhD program, and I made sure that they also had their own PhDs as their supervisor. Then we opened up. Then one day, Professor Amos walked to my office one day and said he was looking for collaboration between Nancy and you. I said, I jumped up. So we formed we had a collaboration with Nancy, and that collaboration is still running up to today. So because of that, I had colleagues from Nancy who was also helping to supervise students. And also then, it was that one who opened my eyes to, I can, if I have colleagues in Nancy helping to supervise PhD students, why not in Nigeria University? So I went to UNELAG. There Professor Shofoluwe agreed to assist. Professor Wadia agreed to assist. Professor Longe, agreed to assist. Professor Ayeni agreed to assist. Dr. Aderomu Inifeno, professor then agreed to assist. Dr. Adagudu also promised to assist. Then Professor Akiyoko in Futa. So between all of those people, the Bibles was able to have 18 PhD graduates. So the department I met with only 3 people, or with only master's degree. By the time I was leaving, I left 23. If you can't make that will make 24, and 18 of them with PhD degrees. So I also learned a lesson. As you are moving on, try to also bring other people, because in my quest of bringing other people, and they were doing their research, and I was the one supervising them, we were able to write papers from their work, because I'm their PhD supervisor. So because of that, I was able to produce papers quickly. And because of that, I was able to rise. Because that lesson I will never forget. Don't just do it alone. Try to bring people up. As I was bringing people up, I didn't also know that I was also helping myself. So bringing them up, write papers, put their names, so I became a professor. So I just say everything had been ordained by God. But I also did my own bit. I didn't just fold my hands to say, God will do it. As God was piloting me, I was also working hard.
We've listened to the inspiring story of how you became the first female professor of computer science in the whole of Africa. That places you at a very vantage position to have seen how technology, particularly information and communication technology, has evolved in Nigeria. If we look at that evolution today, Nigeria in year 2022 is making another transition towards the general elections of 2023. And for the first time, it appears that technology will play a profound role, unlike ever before, that we've seen in the history of our nation. Let's quickly run through up till this moment. How have you seen technology, either the internet or social media, and all of this technology enable a platform? How have you seen them impact the governance process in Nigeria in the last few years?
Well, I would say now that our politicians are beginning to realize that information technology is very, very important and is crucial. And I'm sure most of them are now paying attention to that fact. Because I'm going to start with the NSAS. What NSAS did, I don't think 3 years ago anybody would have thought that that kind of thing could happen in Nigeria. And could happen in Nigeria. And to tell the truth, and there was no hiding place. You know, in the past, they would make sure that when those news are not carried by the newspapers, by the radio or the TV, nobody will know that anything is happening. But today, everybody has become a publisher. Everybody has become, I don't know, a TV presenter. All you need is just your phone. You take those pictures and you upload. Even when Twitter was banned in Nigeria, people were still doing uploading, bypassing whatever it is that Nigeria decided to block, so that information is now at the fingertips of everybody. So there is no more hiding place for anyone. If you claim to do what you did not do, it's coming out in the limelight. So as for making information at the fingertips of everybody, that's very good. And for making the people in government to know that there's no hiding place again, that's also very good. Because it's not going to keep everybody on their toes. If you lie, people will bring it as their flight. If you have not done anything, people will tell you have not done anything. It's not like before people come to television, they tell us lies, on newspapers, we read all kinds of things. There are other places to know the truth. However, there's so many also lies going on the social media. But be that as it may, every technology has its plus and its minuses. So for me, I will still go for all those IT. With time, people will know how to see the truth from the falsehood, the ugly, the bad from the good. So it's good. Now when I read certain things on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, I will try as much as possible to correlate with other, because by the time you read one version on Twitter, you read another version on Facebook, you read another version on Facebook, you read the newspapers, you hear the network news, you hear BBC, because everybody knows that you can tune to BBC, you can tune to CNN, you can tune to Al Jazeera. You'll be able to find out the truth from all of those stories. For me, this is good. But one thing I would just like to say is that people on social media, because if you feed people with lies and they are bought into the lies, and eventually they find out the truth, you have destroyed something. Like if you have fed people with a lot of lies about a particular candidate, and people are bought in on those lies, and saw and people are beginning to say, this is the angel coming to save us, and people now stumble on some truth about that particular candidate, it may completely destroy that candidate. So people should be very, very careful about what they post online. It's good for us to know the other side of the truth, but not lies. There are so many lies flying all over the places on social media, and people, I'm warning them, because it may on the long run become counterproductive at the end of the day.
I will take instantly from your warning regarding misinformation, as well as its more worrisome part, deliberate disinformation. Do you see this having an impact on the electioneering or campaign process as we lead on towards the general election?
Yes, at the beginning it will. People may be swayed towards a candidate because of all the misinformations on the social media. But you see, I also grew up in a political family. Things can change within 24 hours. The pendulum can change within 24 hours. Because if people now find out that a particular political party or a particular candidate has been feeding the rest of the world with falsehood, and they now stumble on the truth, the candidate may have it at the back of his or her mind that he or she will win, and to the detriment of that candidate may lose. And you know that can, and that's why sometimes people will begin to say the election was rigged, the election was this, the election was that. So it's a note of warning to all the parties. Campaign for yourself. Tell us exactly, use social media to tell us what you want to do for Nigeria. Let us ask you questions, and you answer all those questions truthfully, and don't malign any other person, because that may be your downfall at the end of the day. It may look good today, but at the end of the day, it may be, what do you call it now, your Waterloo. So please come to the social media, because it's now open to everybody. Tell us exactly what you have for Nigeria, and be truthful. Don't come and tell us you want to do 15 things. I keep telling you, your agenda needs not be that long. When it's too long, I get suspicious. Me, you as a person, when your agenda is just becoming too long, I say, this one is not serious. Tell us exactly what it is that you have in mind to do for Nigeria. To tell you the truth, if I have somebody who says corruption will be minimized, corruption cannot be eradicated, so don't let us deceive ourselves. Corruption will be minimized. The infrastructure, you will do something about it, so that we have, if you cannot provide us 24/7 lights, you can provide us 20 over 24/7 lights. People will be happy. Water running, basic things, because look at the diesel now. Even though most of us don't directly use diesel, but all of us are indirectly using diesel, because all the factories producing those goods and services, they make use of diesel. I won't mention a bank now. There is a bank now that closes at 3 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock because of diesel problem. The petrol trackers now are beginning to say they don't want to carry petrol again, because they carry petrol using diesel to bring it to the point where we buy. So if all of those things, 3 or 4, they can't, then education too, look into education and revamp the educational system. I think that's good enough. You don't have to list 20 or 30. And you are serious and you have plans of how to get it done. Because I remember in those days, Baba Awolowo, before he started free education, they did their own work. Where they get the money from, how to get the money, and how to distribute the money. They did. So by the time that free education came on board, they were fully ready for free education, and Baba succeeded. Most of these people just make use of Awolowo's name. They are not using Awolowo's what do you call it? Plan very well. You say you get somebody's vote. You say you are going to give free education. You become governor, you now find it difficult to give free education. That's the problem. Whatever it is that you are promising us, know how you are going to make sure that that promise will be what? Be fulfilled. And once Baba Awolowo is dead now, for how long? When did he die? He's still relevant up to today. Nobody says Baba Awolowo was an angel. Because me that I'm talking now, I'm also not an angel. I have my faults. But Baba did what he promised he would do for the then Western State region. So whatever it is you are promising us, make sure you have planned and you know that that promise is feasible. Don't get to government now and see that what you have planned is not possible. Then you have reneged on your promises. So that one, because it's not like before. People will now be reminding you, this is what you said. I don't want to mention anybody's name. People now keep reminding them when you are looking for a vote, these were the things you said, but so it's no longer possible. So
you talked about technology and social media being available to a large number of people, but we've still seen that more often than not, this impact has been most felt mostly in the urban centers, city centers, and is not coming or dispersing further towards the hinterlands, our towns, our
my
villages.
dear brother,
that's
a misconception.
Oh, great.
An average Nigerian child, wherever he or she now lives, has a phone. And once you have a phone, and you can buy data on your phone, either MTN, Glo, Airtel, and all the other, you have access. It's not like before that you need one electrical pole or want it to be started in your in your village. No, even if they are in their village, once they come to town, they get all of these skills. Even the old people, you'll be surprised. The amount of information is now at their fingertips. So people should not be deceived. People should not be deceived. That was the time I did penetration, all this GSM penetration. Nigeria ranked among the highest of GSM penetration. And because we have a large population, and you find that 60% of Nigerian population is the youth. To tell you the truth, if our youth are serious enough, they bring out the candidates and they all go and register and have their PVC, they will flog. People will be surprised what's going to the outcome of the election will be. But unfortunately, they are not, I don't know.
They're not coordinated.
They are not coordinated. Without segregation, 65% of Nigerian population today is youth. 40 below. They are youth. So if they are properly organized and not allow other people to disorganize them, because I liked in the last election, even some of those parties voted by the youth were being sponsored.
The other question would be, would you have wanted Nigeria to adopt e-voting in the next election?
Why not if not? Because, like I said, from your phone you can vote. It doesn't have to be on the laptop. You don't have to go to anywhere. From your phone you can vote. I wouldn't mind if all the votes will be counted, because it's very good. E-voting is very good. And we all know technology. Some people can be disenfranchised easily. Millions of people can be disenfranchised easily. And you know, the two of us are in the IT.
What are your final thoughts as we make the transition towards the...
My final thought is that the political circle, they better be very careful. Things have changed. Nigerians are now shining their face. Let me use the word shine your face. They are now shining their face very well. It's not time to deceive. It's time to do the work. Do the talk and what? And the work together. it is time for us, and I will vote for any IT any day. I keep telling people every technology has its own good side, every technology has its own bad side. People try to talk about the bad side of technology all the time, but there's so much to the good side of what? Of technology. When my friends talk, I say, look, aeroplane, do you want it or you don't want it? Say, why not? I said, but aeroplane also its own bad side too. One aircraft accident. Are you going to say because of that if you want to go to London, you now walk from there to Nigeria? Because you go by ship, same thing can happen. If you even decide to walk, bandits can be there on the way. So people should not just talk about the negative side of IT. There is lots to gain from IT. A lot to gain from IT. So I will go for IT any day, anytime. Let's use IT more. Very soon people will know how to mitigate the bad side of IT.
Thank you very much. Is there anything we left out you may want to add before we...
I is the youth that the youth should get organized. I won't say more than that. They should get organized.
Very much.
Yeah.
Before you get organized.
And you are one of the youth. So you people get organized.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Technology Times Thought Leadership Series. Please, can you introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. Delighted to have you here. My name is Mohammed Rodman, the CEO of Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria.
Thank you, sir. Certain facilities have been designated as part of Nigeria's critical national information infrastructure by an executive order from President Bola Tinubu. Could you explain the significance of this designation for the wider Nigerian internet ecosystem?
It's quite significant. We've been waiting for such designation by government over the years, and we are delighted to have it. And the only concern I hope I have is that it might not be implemented, as usual Nigerian government policies. But we hope and pray that this policy will be fully implemented.
Okay, thank you, sir. How does the localization of internet traffic within Nigeria and West Africa through IXPN latency reduce latency and improve overall internet performance? Can you share insights on the benefits so far?
Yes, the benefits are significant. As you rightly said, the latency is the time it takes for a request from an end user to the information that he requested. And with IXPN in Nigeria and with some of the major content internet service providers in Nigeria like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon, TikTok, and the rest, and also the domestication of data, of the various websites in Nigeria. So through the exchange point, it makes it really, really faster, and it makes it quite cheaper because the distance have been reduced.
Okay. What are the economic benefits of local internet traffic routing for Nigeria and West Africa? And how does IXPN operation contribute to this?
Okay, so by just shortening the distance, the path that a request of an end user takes to the destination, it means that you get the information faster, and because it's closer, it makes it far cheaper. So at that cost, in terms of cost of connecting to the exchange point, we are around 5 to 10% of the cost of an ordinary internet service provider when they want to reach out of the country. By accessing the information locally, it makes it much cheaper.
Okay, thank you, sir. IXPN was selected by the African Union to be the regional internet exchange point for West Africa. So what challenges and opportunities